Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto is set to officially begin his 5-day visit to the United States following an invite by President Joe Biden. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said that today the president will be in Atlanta, Georgia, where he'll visit the Carter Library and museums and later address matters of leadership and corruption before visiting Ebenezer Baptist Church, Spelman College and Tyler Perry Studios tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow in Atlanta, Georgia, President Ruto's visit will commence there. He'll visit the Carter Presidential Library and Museum to emphasize the two countries' shared commitment to governance, democratic values and anti-corruption efforts. The President will then visit Ebenezer Baptist Church to pay homage to the civil rights struggle and emphasize how religion can be a force for good.
While in the United States, the president is expected to hold meetings with various groups that will focus on cooperation between the two countries on matters trade, security and climate change. Here's Foreign Affairs PS Korir Singoe.
I think really what is important is that this state visit signifies a deepening in the relationship between the United States and Kenya, and the areas of partnership, particularly in the peace and security area, will be one of the major areas of focus. Aside from that, there will be huge emphasis on trade and investment.
On Wednesday, the president will head to Washington, D.C. before holding a meeting with some Congress leaders led by Speaker Mike Johnson. Thursday, the president will hold a meeting with his host, Biden, where they'll discuss Kenya's partnership with the United States before addressing the media.
On Thursday, which is the main day of the president's state visit to the United States, he will hold the main bilateral meetings with his host, President Biden, and delve deeper into Kenya-U.S. Economic, health and security partnership, and discuss regional developments on the continent, highlighting the fragilities and opportunities on the continent.
The president's visit will end on Friday with various meetings, including the one on digital cooperation between the two countries, which will be led by Vice President Kamala Harris. It should be noted that Ruto's visit is the first in the United States in 15 years. The first group of police officers expected to join the International Security Force in Haiti will be leaving the country by the end of this week. According to the Ministry of Interior, the first group will include 200 officers among the 1,000, which is the number approved by Parliament for the operation. The officers include representatives of Special Police Units, Sergeants Recce, Rapid Deployment Force and Special Operation Group, which have been involved in operations against members of the Al-Shabaab terrorist group, among other operations. Among the duties that they are expected to carry out is to maintain security in important institutions such as the airport and government institutions, beside facing gangs who've captured about 80% of the Haitian capital. Heavy rainfall pounding parts of Lake Victoria Basin, Rift Valley, highlands west and east of Rift Valley, including Nairobi, is expected to persist. The Kenya Meteorological Department has announced that in the last 24 hours, the heavy rainfall is predicted to intensify to more than 40 millimeters. The department said rain is likely to reduce in intensity on Wednesday inland, but intensify along the coast up to Friday. The heavy downpour will be experienced in Kisumu, Homa Bay, Siaya, Migori, Busia, Kisii, Nyamira, Nandi, Kericho, Bomet, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Narok, Baringo, Nakuru, Trans Nzoia and Uasin Gishu counties, among other areas. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's early days in the morning on a Monday morning, and we're seeing just clear roads everywhere across the city, heading into the CBD and out of the CBD. I'm sure this situation will be changing in a short while when we see issues on Thika Superhighway, on Jogoo Road, on Limuru Road that's been having some issues with construction, and with Ngong Road and Langata Road. So let's take a look at that in about half an hour.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 minutes after 6. Good morning, and how are you doing? Welcome to Monday. Happy New Week, 20th day of May 2024. Hoping you had a lovely weekend. City, did you?
I did.
Ah, very good. What happened?
Nothing.
That's it.
That's the usual thing.
That's a lovely weekend.
That's a lovely weekend. It's consistency. My weekends tend to be, one is a duplicate of the other. Yes.
But by nothing, what do you mean exactly?
Well, nothing as in nothing unusual happened. Nothing extraordinarily happened. I did what I normally do. That's the nothing.
Right.
Yes. And that nothing, you have to work hard at doing nothing.
That's how a lot of that nothingness, huh?
Yes. But you see, I have understood that that is what recharging is made of. In the absence of that, by the time you get to a Tuesday here, you can't even think. Yes.
Mine was good. I went to the foothills of the Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, thank you. That is a lovely picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Beauty of the mountain.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, man, it was beautiful. Yeah. Well, what time was that when you took the picture?
I think it was, what 8 a.m.? So it's early morning before the clouds now. It
start doing their thing.
Yeah, it starts pulling in the clouds. The clouds.
Do not worry. How is your mom?
She's good.
I'm very glad to hear that.
Yes. She's in good health.
That is what we pray and desire.
And that's a good thing. It stopped raining around that area. It's not rained.
For how long now?
For a couple of weeks now.
Weeks?
Well, it just comes and rains and then goes. But yeah.
Not the deluge that we experience here.
No, not that.
And so how is the farming situation? Are people planting?
Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a lot of irrigated farmlands there. It's irrigation. So with the Kapera irrigation scheme doing the thing that it has done, being submerged in water, and that's a huge big source of onions, it means that now Kimana becomes the number one source of onions for the country. Farmers there, my friend, they will just be smiling.
Walking on air.
Those who are doing the people who do big projects.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Situngu watu watakula.
Sio ni mzuri.
Na nyanya.
Mingi, eh?
Yeah, already the prices, I hear the prices of the market are looking good for those who are involved in it.
Because some of the staple areas that we know these products come from have been submerged in water.
They've been submerged in water. Yeah. So it's a big thing. Welcome everybody to Kenya's biggest conversation. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today at 7 a.m. So the finance bill is out, and from tomorrow for every Tuesday until end of June, we shall be having conversations around the finance bill. So today we want to have a political side of the finance bill and looking at the political standoff that we see. Maliba Arnold is a strategic communications advisor for UDA, while the Secretary of Political Affairs at Azimio, Freddy Kokango. Those two will be joining us at 7 a.m. Let's talk finance bill. Let's talk, okay, so are they seeing things completely differently, the two coalitions that are running the country? Or what is it? At 8 a.m., Friday was a big one. Limuru 3 happened. Okay? One of the organizers of that was the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni. We saw what they said in Limuru 3, and we've also seen now the reactions coming from other parts of the country following the meeting at Limuru. Jeremiah will come and tell us what exactly they were discussing, what do they now want to see going forward, plus also respond to some of those pushbacks that we've seen from other leaders. For example, I've just seen the Majority Whip, Osoro, saying, look, you people are going to say at you, Mount Kenya is being sidelined. Mount Kenya is running this government. You have a deputy president, you have a majority leader in the National Assembly, you have chair of budget, chair of finance, National Assembly, those are all Mount Kenya people. You've got a deputy majority leader in the Senate, you've got a deputy speaker of the Senate. What?
You have an attorney general.
You have the attorney general, you've got a chief justice. Nini.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. If you just called those people into a caucus and told them, now, can you go and do an ABCD, they could do it.
Interesting perspective, isn't it? A very interesting perspective.
So one of the questions we'll be posing to Jeremiah Kioni.
What is this thing about marginalization? So it appears that everybody in this country has been marginalized.
Everybody's marginalized.
Even when you're doing well, you're still marginalized.
Oh, yes.
All right. So essentially we are saying that the threshold changes. Depends on where you are. If there are those who have nothing, okay? It's understood they're being marginalized. There are those who hope to get a lot more than they have. They're marginalized. That's why they don't have. There are those who have a hell of a lot, but not as much as they would like to. They're also marginalized. So we could say that every citizen in this country is marginalized.
Yeah, for one reason or the other.
Yes, we're all marginalized.
Yeah. And then at 9 o'clock, let's talk about this flood that we're seeing and the aftermath of the flooding across the country, and what it has now left in terms of our built environment. Sakaja has ordered an audit of all the buildings in the city to see what is stable, what's not. We'll be joined by architect Emmanuel Gono. He's from the Architects Alliance. He'll come and tell us, so looking forward, what are these solutions? How can do we need to start rethinking, now with these climate change manenos, do we need to start thinking of building code? Start saying, okay, so when you build a house, you also have to start thinking of maybe there'll be a day when a cyclone comes. Can the building withstand cyclones?
What if we have an earthquake? Will the building withstand an earthquake?
Such kind of things. So the architect will be joining us at 9 a.m. for that conversation. The live streams are up. Nyaboke has done her thing. She's here. And even Miguel is back online. So if you're online and you haven't sent your greetings yet, Salimia, Eric, City, Nyaboke, and Miguel is here as well. Say hello to everybody. It's 6:15. Let's take a look at the weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
What kind of day do we expect to see in Nairobi? We are expecting to see some cloudy day. Currently at 16 degrees in Nairobi, clear skies in Mombasa at 25, clear in Malindi at 27, Kisumu mostly clear at 20, Nakuru 15 degrees and clear, Nyeri 14 degrees partly cloudy, Kakamega mostly clear at 18, Eldoret mostly clear at 14, Kampala 21 and sunny, Kinshasa mostly clear skies at 24, the Dar es Salaam mostly clear at 25, Addis Ababa sunny at 15, Mogadishu partly sunny at 27, Lagos partly cloudy at 28, and Beijing sunny at 23, London mostly cloudy at 11, Paris there is a thunderstorm warning, mostly cloudy day at 11, and New York clear skies at 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Watu ni wengi wako online, wengi sana. Let me say hello to all of them. Peter Kerry says a very good morning to you, watching you from Mombasa. Eric, pole sana kaka, ni hali ya game. Try next season. Bwana. Bwana. Really, Man City can just let... I told you, that Pep Guardiola guy.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Persona non grata in Kenya.
Kabisa sikuja.
Kae huko. Blood. Meshak Jenga, good morning, Spicy family, locked in from Brampton, Canada. Sir George Gashuri, good morning. Joe Rogers Nyange also, good morning. Agri Momanyi, good morning. Kibet Saure, good morning, team. Getting you live from Korea. Looking forward for great discussion. Okay, there are two Koreas. There is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Yes.
And then there's the other one.
There's South Korea.
So where are you when you say you're in Korea? Which Korea? Hiya. Good morning from Minnesota. That's Omar G. Geraldine Ochian, good morning. Blessed week to you all. Moses Nyambura, good morning. Tuned in from Imara Daima, Jamaica. Eco Locked, that's R. Robin Bogo, good morning from Mombasa. Penewa Enterprises, good morning. Tuned in from Ibenjo, Kisi. Carol Nyambura, good morning everyone. Nawapenda sana, wishing you a blessed day. We wish you a blessed one too. Onganya Malala, good morning. Listening in as always. Robinson Kisero from Hong Kong. Morning folks, would you please bring an expert to decode for Kenyans this Finance Bill 2024? What a misplaced priority, guided by deep corruption, thirst. Oh God. Yeah. Expect some heavy conversations in coming weeks on the Finance Bill. Blue Mwanambali, good morning Spice crew, tuned in from Toronto. Alex, good morning from Doha. Anthony, good morning. Let's begin the good week, people. Anthony Mark, Nakuru City is locked. Samuel Bakora, good morning to Kondani in Malindi. Alex Bundi, good morning from Oloika in Koroi. Maureen Mudaura, good morning from Manila. The temperature has come down to a more normal and bearable 34 degrees. Yes. A more normal and bearable 34 is what they're experiencing in Manila.
34 kidogo.
What?
Yo,
hey.
Hot boy.
Locked in Lucille, that's Alex Mnai, Zeke, good morning, Mashari Anjero, Joe Mungai, Hussein Ali, tuned in from Somalia, Karibu Sana, and thank you very much for tuning in. And you're saying thank you guys for the great job that you're doing. Asante Sana as well for always tuning in. Lamekotiano, good morning. Alex Mnai, Wakanda Nation, good morning guys from New York. Watu ni wengi wako online. We acknowledge all of you present on YouTube and even those who are present on our Facebook live stream. Michael Kome Owusu-Okom, Thomas Nguzi, Dan Kuto, Jared Orure Matureti. Good morning, everybody. City.
Mm-hmm.
This week you said we're going to which country?
Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. If I were to ask the question, which country on this continent of Africa got its independence ahead of the others?
Ahead of the others?
Yes. Wakwanza kupata uhuru.
Like declared an independent country.
Kabisa.
That means there was a colonizer before and then the colonizer left.
Yes. Something like that.
I have a feeling you're about to tell us it's Liberia.
That is precisely what I'm going to tell you. And can you guess the year in which Liberia got independent?
I cannot.
In fact, when you say it, it even sounds mythical. 1847.
They got independence from whom?
Look at it this way. Liberia had people living in it. There was an organization called the American Colonization Society. They felt that the thing that freed slaves could do was perhaps thrive in an environment that they had been taken from. Okay? So they were taken to Liberia. All right? So, as I said, they found people there. It's not as though there were no people, but they found people there. Now, given where they had come from, after a little while they realized, wait a moment, but why are we still taking orders from the US and these people who supposedly brought us here? So on the 26th of July, 1847, they said, Sisi, independent.
We're independent of anybody else.
Yes. Nyef. However, it took a bit of time before the US recognized this independence. On February 5th, 1862, they were recognized as being independent. Now, if you want to understand just how serious this thing was, its membership to the UN was granted on November 2nd, 1945. So this is an old country.
It's an old country.
If we
At the formation of the UN, it was a country.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
So, when one looks at what it is that one does with their independence, perhaps you want to start with Liberia. Benchmark and say, okay, these Africans got their independence in the century before the 19th, or in the 19th century. Come the 20th century, when all the other African countries were scrambling with their independence, those fellas had been independent for over 100 years.
Well, okay.
Over 100 years. They had been independent. Now, it begs the question, what then does this independence mean and what does it bring? We'll be talking more about Liberia and why it is that Liberia is a benchmark of what one should do with the independence they have and what one should not do.
Okay.
The proverb for the day: it is better to fail while sitting than to fall while standing.
It is better to
fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
Both is fall, not fail.
Not fail, it's fall.
Better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
That was me misreading my own handwriting.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing. The distance. The thud when you hit the ground.
My friend, if you're sitting, you'll hit the ground not too much. You're standing and you hit the ground. Well, chances of injury are profound.
Serious.
The chances are very, very high.
Okay.
Kabisa.
Let's look at the papers. The Standard. Nakuru, a ticking bomb as huge cracks emerge. Hey, the earth is giving way. Nakuru is forming a new continent.
Yep.
Presidential chopper in Iran crashes. Yeah, we've seen that. So there's news coming out of Iran that the president, the foreign minister, and other dignitaries were aboard this chopper. And then it crashed in some mountainous, very, very, very misty region. Poor visibility. So there's still news coming out of whether they found the crash site and the fate of people who were on board. Wealth probe rattles KRA official. And then on the sports page, Arsenal came, so but failed to conquer. Arsenal conquered, buana. National headlines: do not belittle the DP, Mount Kenya leaders tell Ruto. The leaders say enough is enough on the humiliation that Rigathi Gachagua has suffered in government, and they're warning of their many options. I didn't know that Rigathi Gachagua was suffering humiliation.
Well, I think the people who have said that he was suffering humiliation are best placed to explain to us how this happened, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll see that story. And then the big headline in the Standard this morning: as Ruto flies to meet Biden, Kenyans face gangs of Haiti. President William Ruto jetted out of the country yesterday and is expected to cut trade deals in the U.S. and raise his profile. But in a few days, police officers will fly to Haiti to rein in lawlessness, a move opposed by many. 200 specialized officers will form the first batch that leaves the country this week for the Caribbean. That is the Standard. The Nation. Gachagua fights back. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's allies have alleged a plot within the ruling Kenya Kwanza alliance to undermine the DP's authority, vowing to defend him. Okay. 2020 top 2022 poll losers now eye key seats in UDA. Some of the 2022 losers who defected from their parties to join Ruto's UDA have entered the battle for the party key positions with an eye on the 2027 general election. Education look into the issues raised by striking JS teachers, state urged, as the nationwide work boycott staged by the 46,000 junior secondary intern teachers enters its second week today. Unions have rallied behind the teachers, calling on the government to find an amicable way out of the stalemate. Of course, the unions would like this thing sorted so that then those guys can become permanent and pensionable and they can join the union. Can you imagine Kupet getting some 46,000 new members?
Yuni mingi sana.
Yeah. In the DRC, something happened yesterday, or was it Saturday? The army in the DRC foiled an attempted coup after gunmen tried to attack homes of senior government officials, including the home of the president, Felix Tshisekedi. People are jokers. And then the big headline in the nation again, diplomacy. The president will have various engagements in his 4-day visit. Ruto starts U.S. visit. President William Ruto has started his state visit to the U.S., a trip that seeks to further strengthen diplomatic and trade ties between the two nations. In his meetings with the U.S. President Joe Biden, American politicians and business leaders, the head of state is also expected to make a strong case for Nairobi as Africa's top and most strategic investment destination. Okay? Aya, tuambie mambo ya star.
Top right-hand corner in teal green, no commitment. Lethargy hits implementation of Boma's peace deal report. Lethargy. It's a new one. The story is on page 4 and 5. You should not stab a brother in the back, says Gachagua.
Himself.
He is saying, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's Mount Kenya backers now want President William Ruto to rein in his allies from the region, trying to create a wedge between the two. They said there is a plot to isolate DP from his boss.
Where?
Right. Fish out culprits. Senators invite Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to probe bursary issuing in Machakos County. Senators want the anti-graft agency to probe bursary distribution in Machakos County. This is after zeros were allegedly added to a bursary checks to benefit select students. Okay? This matter is a clear case of fraud, Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi said. Yes. Agnes Kaleche. It's pronounced Kaleche. Kenya's media future powered by AI. Kaleche. Okay, thank you so much, Eric. I was really going to muddle this one up.
Kaleki, eh?
Yes, that's where I was going. Golden opportunity. The tour is poised to be a turning point for Kenya. President Ruto, key mission in historic U.S. trip. Make a strong case for Kenya as an investment destination. That's bang in the middle of the paper.
Right.
Then there's a picture of the president who met a student, a picture of the president, a young girl, and these are her parents, okay? Keeping the promise. President William Ruto, 4-year-old, Tinsley Nduta and her parents Agnes Wairimu and George Ngungi at State House yesterday. This child, I think, wanted to talk to the president.
They met. This is a child who, remember when the president said open schools? She was recorded crying. And then the president called and spoke to her and told her, enda tu shule, halafu tutatafutana. So walitafutana.
One thing, man, I must grant our president. His brother in Kapsupia. Hey.
Top dog.
He's almost untouchable, man.
Kabisa.
Huh? The right thing at the right time, man. You cannot fault this man on this. Okay?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me tell you the Business Daily then. You have the East African?
I certainly have the East African, my man.
Okay. Let me tell you the Business Daily, then you tell us the East African. Safaricom condition throws M-Pesa split push into a spin. Safaricom has revealed that it would only consider splitting its mobile money platform M-Pesa from the rest of the telecom business if the move adds value to its investors and customers, signaling a sticky path ahead for the Central Bank of Kenya, which has been pushing for the transaction. Peter Ndegwa, the CEO, told the Business Daily that the telco doesn't feel any pressure to implement the hive-off, which also poses a 75 billion shillings tax liability headache to the company, unless its board is convinced that such a transaction will add value to investors and the millions of customers. There's been this push to split the M-Pesa business so that M-Pesa business is now a financial service.
That particular statement that you just read is what tells you that that's the direction it's heading to.
So now, the board of Safaricom is not really keen on pushing ahead with this story because they're like, once we split, there's an issue of tax that we have to pay. Okay? And then there's the issue of, so where do our shareholders stand to benefit? But also, the Business Daily has done some nice graphical presentation of the money that Safaricom makes. All right? Remember, Safaricom is just continuing to make a lot of money in profit. 44% of Safaricom's revenue comes from M-Pesa. 44%. 44.
Hiyo ni mingi?
Hiyo ni mingi sana. It's almost 20% more than the next revenue earner, which is voice, when you call each other.
Hello.
25% of revenue comes from hello. 25%. Kacha. Nitumia M-Pesa, lipa kwa tuma kwa hii number. Oh, wapi till number. 44% of the revenue for Safaricom. Then, ukona nunua bundles, weka bundles. 21% of revenues is from weka bundles. Then there was like a small thing called SMS, which was a big communication
tool.
Yeah, 4%.
We like talking. And then when we discovered bundles, we discovered you could also talk with bundles.
Yes. Bas. And then there is when you call from a different line into Safaricom, there is some money that you make. 3% only income from mobile incoming. Whether you're calling from abroad or you're calling from local and such and such and such. Okay? Then 3% other mobile services. So M-Pesa is the cash cow for Safaricom. Now split it, what does that mean?
You split.
Yeah. Private sector credit growth drops to a 28-month low. That's growth in the private sector credit slumped to a 28-month low of 7.9% in March as commercial banks reduced lending amidst rising borrowing costs and loan defaults. What they're not saying is that commercial banks had a very easy way of lending to the government at 16 to 18 to 20%. So why do you want to do all this thing of lending to someone who will likely not pay you back? Ticker headlines. Aging staff crisis hits NSSF. 62% of staff at NSSF are above 50 years. 62% of NSSF staff are above 50 years. Watakula tu pesa yao ya
62%.
62%.
It should be the other way around, shouldn't it?
More than 61.8% of NSSF employees have hit 50 and above after years without recruitment of workers below 30, posing a succession nightmare at the institution. Yup. Watchdog warns of terror financing threat in regional banks. The Financial Reporting Center has flagged foreign ownership of some local banks in Kenya as presenting terrorism financing risks in the latest assessment of the country's exposure and preparedness to fight dirty cash. Banks, local. Bank owners, foreign. Do you know what they're doing? We may not know. New levy leaves UK mining firms stranded with 8 billion shilling iron ore. You another story. What's on the East African?
Well, bang in the middle of the paper. China back. It's like they had gone away. Now they have returned.
Guess who's back?
As Kenya-Uganda SGR financier.
Okay.
Right? Right. CS Kipchumba Murkomen says they have secured commitment from Exim Bank. The partners want more loans to take the line to DRC. Meaning it's not stopping here. It's not stopping in Uganda.
That's when it makes sense.
But doesn't that make perfect sense? Yes. In fact, if they could find one to South Sudan, so much the better.
Yep.
That's what they say. Minister says this. Each partner is seeking, by the way, this is not the minister saying, this is just a summary of the whole story.
Okay.
Each partner is seeking around $6 billion from multiple lenders to jumpstart the project, which stalled after the pullout of China, the initial financier. The announcement of the return of Beijing has given fresh impetus to the two partners' search for commercial lenders. There is pressure on Kenya and Uganda to extend it to the Great Lakes region, especially the resource-rich DRC, as Tanzania pushes on with its electrified line headed in a similar direction on the Central Corridor. It's the race to DRC. On your marks, get set.
That was a whole project anyway from the
called development. DRC is huge. Okay, so there is a Central Corridor, Southern Corridor, Eastern Corridor. Remember, South Africa beat all these East African countries to this game a long time ago. You talk about a railway line that leaves South Africa and headed to DRC. South Africa built those things a long time ago. They understood the need to have such a railway line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a break then. Take a look at what's happening on the roads. Not much though, but I'll tell you about it. 24 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nothing much to report. It's starting to build up where it should be building up around this time of 6:30 before 7. So that's the major roads into town, the bypasses into town, Mombasa Road and Uhuru Highway into town. But all of them are currently flowing. Thika is just starting at that area at the Muthaiga interchange. That's just where the pile up is for now, but it's moving.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Haya basi, mambo inaenda namna hiyo.
Right.
Yeah.
Museveni, Ruto seek review of Somalia forced exit. This is again in the East African. They say the mission's troop with drawdown plan must align with security situation on the ground and not to create a vacuum. Remember, Uganda and Kenya have been saying, we've stayed here enough. If it's training, we have trained. If it's securing peace, we have secured. Now, it's about time to leave. And there are factions within Somalia who said, these guys must leave immediately. And they're saying, man, we hear you, but if we do that, there'll be this story of a vacuum.
We'll create a vacuum.
Now, you see, that vacuum may not make sense until you look at Sudan and the turmoil there. It spills over from that country onto the next country.
Yeah.
It doesn't. These problems don't stay within the boundaries of the country. It spills over. And instability in one country will affect the neighbors. Yes.
So, those who are pushing for the external forces to exit, what's their justification? They're saying we are okay.
Let me just read it for you. So what they say. Somali civic leaders and elders have said they do not support the idea of the troops leaving at the same time, warning that the day they leave, Shabab will take over. Somalia's National Security Advisor requests the UN Security Council in September to strike a technical pause and delay 90 days of the drawdown of 3,000 troops who were to exit the mission at the end of that month. Last month, Ugandan officials said the country will deploy troops to Somalia beyond the expiry and the mandate date of 31/2024. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes. Now you ask the question, those who say they must leave, what are they saying? They are arguing that Somalia can look after its own affairs. Quite simple. Yes.
Maybe we should have a Somalia conference.
We should.
Right?
We should. This is something we need to hear from the horse's mouth. We need people to come and tell us exactly what they're thinking, why they're thinking it, and what's going on, and more importantly, why it is that Al-Shabaab still has such a sway, so that they feel that if those troops withdraw, it means Al-Shabaab has troops.
And also they have some serious financing and logistics because they're able to get all the military hardware that they need to sustain such operations.
They do.
They're very well organized logistically.
They are very well financed logistically. Yes.
Okay. A team has been formed to spearhead the resettlement of at least 100 families displaced by floods in Mai Mahiu. The team, comprising of grassroots leaders and officials from both the county and the national governments, will audit the loss suffered by the families, property damaged by the floods, and craft the resettlement plan. Officers from the Kenya Defence Forces, NYS, have also embarked on the process of rehabilitating feeder roads and bridges that were swept away by the floods. So far, 62 bodies have been recovered, more than 30 people are missing, and 56 families have been resettled in rented houses, and another 93 are in 2 different camps in Mai Mahiu. Outgoing Naivasha Deputy County Commissioner Mutua Kisilu says the government would keep its word on resettling the victims, the majority of whom lost all their personal effects. He says a team of experts was already on the ground surveying the scene where the flash floods swept through before issuing a report. It's formation of committee season. We have formed 3 committees to address the issues of resettlement, education, and infrastructure. So one team will just look at resettlement. Who requires to be resettled? So how do we go about identifying a place to resettle them? The second one will be on education. How many children are impacted by this? How many are in, what's it called now? Comprehensive schools. That's what it's called? The primary and JS. And how many are in secondary school? How many are in colleges? Were there any colleges around here? So how do we deal with that? And then there's infrastructure, roads, bridges, and so on and so forth destroyed. So those teams are working on something. We have challenged them to look for rental houses as the government addresses their resettlement, as it is easier living there than in camps. This is the families that are still living in camps. Remember, only 56 have been moved to houses. 93 are still living in some 2 camps. And that's what now they're being told, look for rental houses. On the damaged infrastructure, the DCC said over 50 million shillings was needed, but this could be halved through the use of KDF officers and their machinery. So if you use KDF, we can use less money. All the officers require is fuel, and we expect the rehabilitation to be completed in 10 weeks. Priority areas are damaged bridges and major access roads. Jen Kihara is the Naivasha MP, said they had received 2 million shillings from DP Rigathi Gachagua towards supporting school-going children.
You know, an opportunity has presented itself. All these affordable houses and the narrative around it was that they were trying to make it possible for the simple and common Mwananchi to actually have what you call a decent, habitable environment, isn't it? Well, here we are. In places where these units are being built and they've been completed, as we've been told, is this now not the opportunity to actually put these things into practice? Because you're talking about looking for houses. Looking. The responsibility of these people falls squarely on the government, not on anybody else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Issue would be looking at now, how many projects are completed in Nakuru? I think there's one, Bondeni, right?
Yes.
How many of those had social housing? How many social housing?
I don't know.
So it's looking at that and then saying, so we've got X number of social housing units in Bondeni, and the people move there into those houses. But then there comes in the second question. This person was living in Mai Mahiu. They had economic activity in Mai Mahiu. Maybe they were working around there. They were farming around there. They were going to Mai Mahiu town to do business. Now go to Bondeni. And
no, that is uprooting the person from within the environs. You see, by saying what I've just said, I've actually exposed the difficulty within which a solution must be found. Okay? But there are people even within Nakuru who may have been touched adversely by this flood. There are people in Nairobi, there are people in other parts of the country. I'm simply saying that the plan for this housing project was criticized enormously. It was defended again profoundly. The opportunity to show the benefits of this particular plan has now presented itself. Yes. Because this disaster has displaced people. So where it is possible for the advantage to be taken, as I said, it has presented itself. Yes. The opportunity has presented. This disaster has actually provided us with the opportunity to make good some of the things that were being said. Yes.
Yeah, it's a big one.
No, it's not just a big, it's a difficult one.
It's a difficult one.
Yes, because in all honesty, if we have not comprehensively settled people who were displaced in 2007, 2008, we haven't. That matter has not, you could not say it has been concluded. We then, in the interim, we've had issues as well with people who have been displaced. And now the floods have come in and they have displaced more people. Somehow we've never quite gotten to understand that there is need for, again, comprehensive preparation for these things. Because they've recurred. 2008 and now, you are talking about, 16 years down the line? Okay, 16 years down the line. We must be able to provide a solution for our people. There is no ifs and buts about it. It's a measure by which an effective government is judged. It's at such times that we have the yardstick by which we can determine the effectiveness and the care and concern that the government has and what the words that have been uttered in the past actually mean. Because an opportunity to practicalize what has been said is now with us. Forget this politics of who should do what and who should not be ignored and who should...
This is the one.
This is it.
It's a big one.
This is it, yes.
Yeah. And speaking of ignoring people, it's clear from recent engagements that President William Ruto and his deputy may not be reading from the same script anymore.
Really?
The two have not shared a podium since May 3rd, which is unusual because they have always been spotted together at key events after they came into office. Lately, the second in command has retreated to his Mount Kenya backyard and has revived the push for the controversial one man, one vote, 1 shilling revenue sharing formula. Recently, he claimed that he was aware of a scheme by some people to divide Mount Kenya. He said, "Are you looking up to any other leader from this region apart from me? When the right time comes, I will disclose to you something. But for now, let those people be told that when a person thinks that he can plot something against some people, he should be told that Muchemi akorire mukugi." It's a Kikuyu proverb that is a message to a person who tries to be cunning in the face of a more cunning partner. Do you think, well, we're clever?
You think you're the first one? But why is it that one has a deja vu feeling about this? Kwani, in the not too distant past, did we not see something similar playing out? When the president, the now president, was deputy. And did we not hear the president at the time saying, hence the term tanga tanga. But now it isn't the president who is speaking. It is the deputy who is speaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Saying he's being isolated.
What goes around comes around.
This thing, so if you look at it and then you see some of those components that put in the genesis of this problem.
Yes.
Dendenyoro.
Yes.
And that whole thing by the Muranga people saying, the Muranga MPs saying, Dende is our guy.
Yes.
And then it starts picking up momentum and you see Dende going everywhere.
It has picked, it has picked, it has really picked.
And then you come and say, actually, it's people at the very top who are isolating the deputy president.
Yes.
Who is the very top?
It's the president. You can't get topper than the president, can you?
So is Dende, you know what I'm asking?
Yes, I know what you're asking.
Okay.
And that question is let me respond by saying it is a good question.
So what's going on? I mean, and yesterday was actually a very clear... Yesterday, the deputy president was in Nyeri, okay?
Yes.
And the Governor Mutahi Kahiga led some 20 members of parliament and other leaders in condemning what they called an attempt to divide and antagonize the region and disrespect their son. Kahiga openly referenced the strained relationship between former President Uhuru and the then Deputy Ruto as being repeated in the Kenya Kwanza administration. We watched as the president mistreated the DP in the last administration, and we shall not stand by and allow you, appearing to be referring to President William Ruto, to repeat the same with our son Gachagua. We will not keep silent and allow the DP to be humiliated and mistreated while we watch. Let me make it clear. There will be no compromise on how we shall be treated as a region. You supported the president in the campaigns against attacks against him when he was a DP. We are behind the DP and support President Ruto, but only through the DP, not any other way.
Right. So they say the government should have the deputy shouldn't be mistreated. What is this thing that they're going to do exactly?
We will not allow.
Okay, how are they not
We will
going to
not
allow? No, how are they not going to allow? I mean,
We will
okay.
withdraw our support.
If we take the view that indeed the president, we had the elections by the way, just in case.
There's another one coming.
It doesn't really matter.
It does.
It's far away.
It's coming.
Apart from uttering words, if indeed the problem that we are saying, okay, the president is being blamed for it, fingers are pointing in that direction, But the real threat is somebody who is claiming to desire that very seat from that very same region. Okay? So, every time, let me get a little historical on this one here. Every time the mountain has coalesced and agreed as one, they've been able to produce a leader. Every time they have divided their resources and their people and their vote, something that could easily have been gained by them is lost. Okay? Now, I only need to take someone back to the time when both Kibaki and Matiba stood. We saw how that went, didn't we?
Yes.
Then we saw the time when, again, we had election between Uhuru and Kibaki. Look at how that played out. All right? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say what we're discussing here is not new to politics. It's not something alarming. It's not something that should take anyone by surprise. The competition that often lies within politics arises from someone looking and saying, you mean so-and-so has ended up here. It means it is possible. And once the narrative of the possibility of it comes into being, then there's competition. Now, the problem with competition in politics is there's no fairness to it. No. There's no Queensberry rules. There's no cricket here. People just go at this thing hammer and tongs, and woe betide you if you're caught in between. Okay? So this is what we are seeing. The battle lines apparently are being drawn. If we are talking to narratives being issued by politicians, take it as that. It's narratives being issued by politicians. Those narratives can change.
What they're saying is, we saw what happened after 2018.
Of course they did.
Okay. After 2018, we, the mountain, looked and said our son was helped in the campaigns by this man. And now our son is mistreated this man. And our son is not coming to us to explain where the rift is between him and this guy. So we are going with this guy who is being mistreated, because we do not understand why our son could go and start. We are not that kind of people.
We
are not that kind of people.
Let me explain to you why I'm laughing, okay? That story is not complete until you bring in the factor of somebody called Raila Odinga. That man has been demonized so effectively and conclusively in the mountain that the likelihood of someone gaining a foothold, so long as they're not Raila, is always there. Okay? Because the question is, was the mountain going to vote for Raila, even if Uhuru stood with him? The answer is no, sorry.
Why?
When you demonize someone as effectively as Raila has been demonized in central Kenya, that thing takes root. To date, there are people who still believe that if Raila were to become president, anyone who is called a Kikuyu is doomed. And when you ask them, how is this going to happen, they'll not tell you. That is how a narrative works. You don't need evidence. Even if there's evidence to the contrary, but you believe what has taken hold.
Yeah.
So the fight here was the alternative between Ruto and Raila. Ruto was going to win that one. That is my view. He was going to win that one. In central Kenya. You see, you cannot simply overturn a narrative that has been built and has been entrenched for decades. It is not a day, it's not 2 days, not 3 days. It's almost impossible. It's really difficult. It's extremely difficult. Now, when it comes in against a backdrop of someone like William Ruto, whose campaign machinery and narrative was as effective as it was, it becomes even more difficult. Yes, it does, because you cannot take it away from the president that when he was campaigning, he started early, he ensured. Just look at the number of trips that man made to the mountain.
He was constantly there.
He knew what he wanted, he knew where to turn the tables, and he moved heaven and earth.
He was constantly on the ground.
Precisely. His opponents, on the other hand, assumed that because they had the powers of state, that everything would be as they saw fit. Now they misread. They misread the mountain completely.
They missed the bus.
They misread the mountain. Everything else that has been said may be said, but the truth is they missed it. Yes. While you're thinking, may I look at something else?
Please.
Right. There's a story on page 8 of the Star, and this is how that particular story goes. Lecturers from 7 universities threaten to strike over delayed pay. Okay? Lecturers in at least 7 public universities are up in arms over salary delays, saying they survive on Fuliza and Shylock loans.
What?
The university's academic staff union leadership on Saturday said members will picket on the 5th day of each month to protest starting on Monday. They held a protest meeting briefing at JKU at Juja main campus, Kiambu County, led by JKU at Chapter Secretary General Dr. Shadrach Muya. It is with great concern that by the 17th of May, our members have not received their salary for the month of April. This, despite fulfilling their duties and serving as per their contractual terms, they are yet to be compensated. The officials say they can no longer tolerate the salary delays as they are turning members into beggars. This is a clear violation of the Employment Act 2007 and the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Muya said. So, salary delay.
For how long again?
It's just a month. They're in May 17th. They have not been paid for April.
But they're noticing a pattern.
They're seeing a pattern, yes.
That's what they're saying. Okay.
We're seeing that the delays are coming and they're continuing. And they're saying, this one does not forebode well. But it also tells you that these dons are accustomed to surviving from hand to mouth. Yes, because if you're saying you're supposed to be paid for April, and it's on the 17th, that's 15 days from then. And according to this article, the leadership is saying they're surviving by going to Shylocks, by going to Fuliza. Again, let me repeat, it says they live from hand to mouth. The money comes at the end of the month, it is consumed. So should the salary delay for the following month, you will not know what to do. Yes.
Some breaking news coming out of Iran.
Yes.
Following live feed by CNN. So the rescuers who are trying to identify the spot where this helicopter crashed arrived at the scene, and they found the scene, and what they've reported is that they have not found any survivors. So the likelihood is that President Ibrahim Raisi and the others have died in this plane crash, because they say there are no survivors found at the crash site of the helicopter carrying him, according to Iranian state news channel IRIN and semi-official news agency Mer News. The crash comes at a fraught moment in the Middle East, with war raging in Gaza and weeks after Iran launched a drone and missile attack on Israel in response to a deadly strike on its diplomatic compound in Damascus. Hardline Raisi became president in a historically uncompetitive election in 2021. Previously the Chief Justice, he has overseen a period of intensified repression of dissent in a nation convulsed by youth-led protests against the clerical rule. Rescuers are contending with dense fog and extreme cold in the remote mountainous East Azerbaijan province. 9 people are on board the helicopter, including the country's foreign minister. So the likelihood here is that President Raisi and the foreign minister wameenda.
Yes.
Yeah. This is what we are now seeing. So let's see how this plays out then. Well, because there is the Ayatollah, who is still the supreme leader of Iran, there's no vacuum.
There's no leadership vacuum.
There's no leadership vacuum. It's just now there was a deputy president. If the vice president is approved by the Ayatollah to become the president, he assumes office. And we continue.
We do.
The machinery moves.
Oh, it does. And then the blame game begins.
Oh, yeah. Oh, where did this happen?
Oh, we suspect so and so.
This
couldn't have happened on its own.
It was likely a Dell helicopter. Dell manufactured in the US.
Yes.
It was bought before the Iranian Revolution. So this is a 1960s helicopter. Now sanctions have made sure that you cannot easily access spare parts. This and this and the other.
Oh, we'll hear many things.
Oh, yes, many. 8:07 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol, Relief starts here.
Good morning, and this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga, and we start our bulletin on the international scene where President Ibrahim Raisi is now believed to be dead, alongside 8 others following a helicopter crash yesterday. Raisi and the country's foreign minister, Hussein Amir Abdullahian, were flying back from Azerbaijan when their chopper went down near the border. After a long night search hampered by bad weather, rescuers say they have found the badly damaged wreckage with no signs of survivors because it went up in flames on impact. Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has called for prayers while assuring that there will be no disruption in governance. And President William Ruto will today begin his 5-day visit to the United States following an invite by President Joe Biden. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said that he'll be in Atlanta, Georgia, visiting the Carter Library and Museums before visiting Tyler Perry Studios tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow in Atlanta, Georgia, President Ruto's visit will commence there. He'll visit the Carter Presidential Library and Museum to emphasize the two countries' shared commitment to governance, democratic values and anti-corruption efforts. The President will then visit Ebenezer Baptist Church to pay homage to the civil rights struggle and emphasize how religion can be a force for good.
Foreign Affairs PS Career Singonge adds that the President will hold meetings with various groups on matters trade, security and climate change.
I think really what is important is that this state visit signifies a deepening in the relationship between the United States and Kenya, and the areas of partnership, particularly in the peace and security area, will be one of the major areas of focus. Aside from that, there will be huge emphasis on trade and investment.
On Wednesday, he'll head to Washington, D.C. before holding a meeting with some Congress leaders led by Speaker Mike Johnson.
On Thursday, which is the main day of the President's state visit to the United States, he will hold the main bilateral meetings with his host, President Biden, and delve deeper into Kenya-U.S. Economic, health and security partnership, and discuss regional developments on the continent, highlighting the fragilities and opportunities on the continent.
The President's visit will end on Friday with various meetings. Local edible oil manufacturers have warned that the proposed 25% excise duty on vegetable oils under the 2024 Finance Bill will shoot the price of cooking oil up 80%. In a statement, the manufacturers warned that it would have a ripple effect on the cost of common food items such as bread, whereby the price of a 400-gram loaf will climb from the current 70 shillings to 80 shillings. They termed the excise duty against the government's policy of promoting local value addition to agribusiness in the country. The 2024 Finance Bill is sponsored by Molo MP Kimani Kuria, who also chairs the National Assembly Finance Committee. It also seeks to introduce new levies, including a motor vehicle circulation tax and increased excise taxes on spirits, cigarettes, M-Pesa, airtime and bank transfers, among others. Lecturers in at least 7 public universities say they'll picket on the 5th day of each month in protest starting from today. The university's academic staff union leadership attributed the move to salary delays, saying they survive on Fuliza and Shylock loans. Led by JQuad Charter Secretary General Dr. Shadrach Muya, they said that despite fulfilling their duties and serving as per their contractual terms, they're yet to be compensated. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
It's starting to build up in the usual areas. That's Thika Superhighway and Kiambu Road heading into town, and that is just around the Muthaiga interchange. And then Uhuru Highway heading into town. It's only busy at the two roundabouts. That's Nyayo Stadium roundabout and Bunyala roundabout, but it's moving. Now, Jogoo Road heading towards City Stadium is busy, and then into Landis Road, that's busy. That's usual. What's happening on North Airport Road, it's busy, but then only busy around the junction from or into Embakasi, and that's where now the traffic begins. And then you come into the interchange with the Uhuru Highway at City Cabanas, you will find a bit of a snarl up there. Langata Road is busy from Ongata Rongai, and this is Mbagathi Road. It's very, very busy within Rongai. And then when you get to the Galleria Mall, it's busy slightly, and then it moves. Ngong Road, not so bad. It's only bad in Ngong as you're heading towards the Karen and then after Karen. Anything that major we need to talk about, please tag us on X at SpiceFM KE.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. It's the 20th of May 2024. Showmax is telling you, the English Premier League season has come to an end, but there's still more sporting action coming up. There's tennis, there's rugby, there's cricket, there's everything else. And then, of course, you expect that the Olympics are coming in July, so you better just get yourself subscribed to Showmax today. You can still enjoy a lot of entertainment, and this is series, movies, documentaries, live news, depending on what package you take. For as low as 500 shillings, you can actually get Showmax on your mobile phone, and you'll be able to be watching Showmax on the go, wherever you go. Showmax.com, or download the Showmax app on Apple or the it's called what? The Apple Play Store.
Yes,
and the
Apple.
Google, no, it's the other way around.
It's the Google Play Store and the Apple Store.
And the Apple App Store.
And your apps here.
In New York? Yes. We're going to have a conversation around the finance bill. From the political side, the Kenya Kwanza administration is now preparing to have its second budget. And we have seen how much they want to spend, how much what are the priority areas, and where they want to get the money from. We're joined by two gentlemen in the studio. Maliba Arnold is a strategic communications advisor at the UDA, the ruling party. Good morning.
Morning, Eric.
I like your tie.
Thank you.
That's on brand.
I'm not sure. I just checked in the wardrobe and picked this.
Yes. You just came in it.
Yeah.
But I noticed there's a mere blue as well, the shirt and the suit.
Well, there's no Azmir blue.
Okay. Akuna?
No, the Azmir blue is not anything close to this.
It's not?
Yeah.
Frederick Okango is the Secretary of Political Affairs in Azimio. He is in blue. Is that Azimio blue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is it
he is denying that this morning he has a mix of colors, but that's a story for another day. The yellow is fading anyway.
What?
It's fading.
What? You've said it early.
That is a very lovely tie.
It's a beautiful tie.
I'm not sure it's beautiful.
People who don't put on ties.
You know, the studio is full of men, so you expect them to get colors wrong. I know our viewers and listeners out there will actually understand why we are lost. This is a very foreign territory to us.
Are you saying this microphone is not
yellow?
Yes.
City, As we welcome the gentleman, remind us the message by the Kenya Revenue Authority on ETIMS, Electronic Tax Invoice Management System.
Well, not everybody is VAT compliant, but that shouldn't be an issue. What KRA seeks to do is to ensure that every citizen who is involved in one business or the other has a way of ensuring that they are compliant. Now, all you require is to perform a very simple task. Go to your phone, star 222 as in 222 hash. Once you do that, you will enter a new world of KRA. And indeed, you'll find an array of choices. KRA, bonyeza. When you bonyeza, there'll be details that you'll be required to fill in. Now, among these details may be something you don't have. It will be probably the PIN number of the person you seek to send an invoice to. But if you have it, all you do is enter the PIN number. That's it. And then you're done.
Simple as that.
And then you're done.
It's as simple as that.
Yes.
Just see how Kenya Kwanza has actually made tax returns easy. That's just how effective this administration is.
Maybe how they have made it easy to get your money. It's actually so easy to get your money. Just
very good.
And they get your money.
That's very good. Yeah. It's called efficiency.
You see, actually, in tax collection, one of those things you need to do is to ensure that taxes are easy to collect. Whereas this is just to ensure that you are compliant. Okango is actually afraid that they will get his money.
Actually,
taxes have to be
Arnold
paid.
here was actually agreeing with you. I don't know why you decided to lose this gain. I kept quiet because you had somebody who was actually agreeing with you.
Okango wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He is not in the business of agreeing with me. The only reason
even
why
when he does, you don't say.
It sounds to me more like you are in the business of always differing with him.
Why do I feel like money has been poured here?
Money has been collected. City.
Yes.
From the tax.
This week, the proverbs will be from Liberia.
Yes, these proverbs are from the country of Liberia, the oldest independent country on the continent of Africa. They got independence 100 years before the others were still scrambling and trying to figure out whether they should have independence or not. It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
It's better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
Yes.
What do you read from this, Arnold?
Probably, if you're sitting, means you're closer to the ground. Means if you fall, the distance. You know, we went to school when GHC was still a subject, so there used to be that.
Brother, imagine Nakuja.
Adage around the higher you go, the cooler it becomes.
Yep.
But then, because we are young and cheeky, we used to say the higher you go, the heavier you fall. So closer to that, I will say that if you're seated, the distance between you and the ground will be shorter. As such, the injury might not be so big. But then if you are standing, it means that the third will be big. The fall will have a serious third. And of course, probably the injury will be much higher. So I'm thinking that if you go down when you are not so much elevated, the injury, the harm effect is not as much.
Okay, Arnold. That's the direct translation of it. What's the interpretation? What do you think the Liberians are saying?
Probably it speaks to humility, that them that are humble don't suffer so much harm in case fortunes change. But those that are proud, of course, have got some serious beating to receive when things don't go right.
Okay. Fred, what's yours?
I think I'll give it a political interpretation. You know, they always say that when you're standing, you're actually actively involved. That's why they say you stand tall. But imagine when you are sitting, it means there's nothing you're doing. So when they say, the Liberians say it's better to fall when sitting, when standing, it means that when you are not doing anything useful to the people or to yourself, then you can actually fall and no one will notice. But when you are actively involved in giving services to the people offering them the services, and you fall, it will be unfortunate because people will be asking, what made him or her fall? That's my interpretation.
That is Mandamano interpretation.
It works.
Yes, it does.
It does work.
And Mandamano is coming, by the way.
It does work. All right, so let's get into this conversation. The finance bill has been published, so let's just begin. So the budget policy statement was presented to Parliament. It was interrogated, and what the government intends to do in the next financial year. The budget committee looked at it. They discussed it as Parliament, looked at the performance of the last budget, and then said, okay, the main areas that you want to focus on, all right, go ahead, we agree. But then the issue was, how much are you going to spend? Was it 4.2 trillion shillings, or was it 3.9 trillion shillings? Government then settles on 3.9 trillion. Now what we're discussing is the finance bill. How do you intend to raise the 3.9 trillion shillings? And that's where the issue then comes out. And we've seen some reactions, as is expected at this point, when people now start interrogating the content of the finance bill, and the various sectors start looking at what is going to impact them in the finance bill. And we are feeling a lot of conversations that is heading towards the angle of heat more than people clapping on the finance bill. Arnold, of course, you've seen this. What's your immediate reaction when you see the kind of feedback that's coming off conversations around the finance bill?
First of all, I would love to laud the process that is ongoing. That is an Article 10 process. And rather than lament and try to characterize it by picking what I would call linear positions, this is a very important process that is ongoing. When you hear the loud noises, when you hear the contributions that come into this, it means that we are alive to the constitutional provisions in Article 10. This is public participation. And public participation, the Constitution never said that it was going to be harmonious. It never said that it was going to be a symphony where all of us sing in well-coordinated voices. Public participation was always going to be noisy. So this, for me, means that we are healthy as a republic. The Constitution is well and alive, and that we as a people are also living to that particular spirit. Partly, of course, I will also point out that in the process of having this particular conversation, we continuously might be losing the whole essence of public participation, because it's much easier to pick sloganeering. People furthering ends other than public participation that gives depth to this. Remember, like you said, this is a proposal. This document has not been in Parliament once or twice. It's been there, I think, thrice. Parliament has got one of the most competent technical unit when it comes to this issue. It's called the Parliamentary Budget Office, with top-level economists and people who really know how these things are working out. So when you see parliamentarians, especially those opposed to it, show up and they sound like they're clueless, it really worries those of us who actually feel that Parliament, for me, is the supreme organ of the country, and that when you see Parliament seated, you see the whole country gathered. That is the National Delegates Conference of this particular country. So I'm thinking that the PBO, unfortunately now, when you speak about PBO, there are two PBOs now, because there's the Public Benefits Organizations Act now that has actually become effective, replacing the NGO Coordination Act. But then the longest PBO we've known is the Parliamentary Budget Office. So I love the process that is ongoing. I wish that we direct the energies, the thoughts, the ideas and everything. And by the way, we should not even begrudge those that can actually pick this particular process for whatever reason, because that is public participation. It is their right. Somewhere in the Bible, I think it's Paul who says that whether it's out of strife or competition, so long as Christ is preached, that is fine. So if other people out can actually pick this particular process and do things other than serious public participation that enriches the process, then again we shouldn't begrudge them, because it's their right. But we can point that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fred, you can't really argue with what you said. I mean, this is public participation. It's expected. It's going. It's demonstrating that we are actually a maturing democracy where we are all as citizens engaged.
Eric and City, we live in this country, and when the budget policy statements came out, we forewarned Kenyans, and we went through it, and we saw where they were going to get this money. They were actually going to tax Kenyans. There was nowhere else. But not just tax, overtax. President Ruto recently announced to the people of Kenya that he would wish to tax Kenyans more. The ratio of the tax to the GDP, he claims, I'm not sure if his research is right or wrong, but he claims that compared to our peers in the continent, we are taxed at 14%. And by the time he leaves office in 2027, you'd want to see it at 22%. Now, when you go back to that budget policy statement, it outlines everything that they needed, but come to the Finance Bill 2024 CT. That bill has proposed a number of areas that they would want to tax to get the money, the trillions that you're talking about. Interestingly, they are going to get this money from the people. Annual talks of public participation as a constitutional provision, not only in Article 10, but also in Article 201, and it's a continuous theme in the Constitution of Kenya. Let me tell you, Eric and City, the last finance bill, which is now an act, 2023, you know that they said this is a proposal, and they went to the people, and they got the views of the people. Never mind, they never factored in any, and I'll give you the most conspicuous one. No one in the public participation said, we want housing levy 1.5%. No one said that remove the taxation from on fuel 8% to 16%. But it is there today. What I'm trying to say is, in public participation, it is a principle, it is a constitutional principle that the views of the public must be factored in the final decision making. And that is why when the parliament is facilitated through Article 118 to conduct public participation after the views have been given by the stakeholders, now they take to the public and say, listen, this is what is being proposed. What do you think? Today, we are confident that the people of Kenya have read the document, or they continue to read. And Kenyans have been very patient. They were told you tighten your belts. They have tightened their belts. But I think the belt is cut. They don't have a belt anymore. So when Arnold and team tells us that this is a continuous process, you know, it's just a proposal. I saw the other day the chair finance committee, my good friend from Molo, Kimani, was cornered even in church. Kenyans are now following them even in church. In funerals, you start speaking about budget, they tell you, Towai.
Well, that is public participation.
That is public participation.
I am talking about public participation.
Yeah.
And why I'm talking about public participation is the people are telling them that this is what we don't want, this is what we want. So we are waiting for them. And I'm giving you an example. In the current act, there are so many things that the public told them to remove, and they never removed.
They came back with changes, to be fair.
No. Eric, you cannot say they came back with changes.
The finance
what
bill.
What are the most significant ones that are affecting the payslip of a civil servant?
So let me say.
No, I'm asking you.
So let me say. So will you now let me respond
to you?
Go ahead. The initial proposal for housing levy was 3%. Came down to 1.5% after public participation.
Who told them that we want 1.5?
Yes, because you didn't want.
I'm just asking.
Okay. It was factored in. You're talking about the views of the public factored in.
Eric, are there views of the public that suggested that we want 1.5% from the employer, 1.5% from the employee? And are there views that said we want 1.5% from those informal sector? None.
How do you know this?
I know because I was following this keenly. I read the submissions.
Following keenly is one issue. Do you have records that show this is what all the stakeholders presented?
Eric.
Do you have records that show this is what the finance committee considered?
Let me tell you.
Do you have records that show that? Do not give us hearsay, Fred.
Okay.
This is not a platform for hearsay.
This is not a platform for hearsay, but I'll tell you the truth. The truth of the matter is,
what is the truth?
When the committee came before the public. They told us the number of submissions they got from the public. It was live on TVs. We watch TV.
Do you have
it
analysis?
Was on newspapers.
Do you have analysis to the same?
And they said that the views they received were overwhelming. You only needed a smart person to go to the bill that was proposed and look if there is any of the views that the public mentioned captured. None. And I can tell you, when President Ruto was pushing for the housing levy, despite the courts declaring it unconstitutional, what that tells you
was it the tax unconstitutional or the process that ended up doing the same?
Eric,
anyway, but
Arnold, let me finish.
Not really. You've really taken a lot of time. Let me just help you a little bit.
No, you can't help me because you are helping yourself as a government.
Number one, Eric, Okango is a lawyer. I'm also going to school for law to top up the public policy and administration that I've done. And I know that lawyers are very bad mathematicians. So when he sits here, and of late I've also realized that journalism, even though that is the core business that I started with life with, has got a problem with math, even though we have got data journalism now coming up as a serious component. You know, when the president speaks about we are taxed lesser, we're talking about tax to GDP, somebody like Okango rushes and talks about that being increasing tax. You know, when you talk about tax to GDP, does not necessarily mean that it will translate. The president here was talking about effectively collecting our taxes so that when you compare to GDP, as in the president is a smart human being, he would actually have said that if you look at our pay slips, this is what comes out of it. He spoke about GDP. He was talking about effective collection, that you can widen the net, not necessarily deepening the collection. I needed to point that out. But be that as it is, when you listen to Okango, you feel like this is a Matthew 2:18 moment. Every time Okango opens up his mouth, you feel that that is Rachel lamenting. Her voice was heard in Rama. That the only thing that can come out of Azimio and where Okango comes from is lamentations and crying and gnashing of teeth. A nation cannot be run through such like thinking, because when you listen to him again, very quickly Okango rushes out and he's pointing out about the views of the people and everything else. When we go to elections, what are we doing? We are electing our leaders. What do leaders do? They lead the pack. And Okango knows what the policy cycle looks like. There's something called agenda setting. That is normally number one. Whether you look at it from the 7-stage way of making policy, or you just reduce it to 3 and you do the 3 P's of policy, you have got a problem. You have got the politics around every problem, and then you have got a program that solves that. You realize that the problem is simply data. That is where agenda setting is done and everything else. So to Okango is that if this thing he calls the people, that if the people did not want it, the leaders do not see what is good for the country. Why do we elect leaders if they do not help? Why do we have a government that does not know where we are going? And then the Constitution opens a room for us to participate and better the process. So it cannot be that the word overwhelming, and lawyers are so good with words, I wonder why Okango will use the word overwhelming to qualify the issue that people did not want it. People had issues, number one, with the percentage that was reduced. The courts had a problem with the process that was addressed. So you can't go around and say that the people do not want. If you were to give people the opportunity to decide whether they want to be taxed or not, I can tell you, I work for the party. I wouldn't want my money to be taxed if I were to be given a chance to. But that is not how countries are run. So from where we sit, can we allow proper public participation rather than sloganeering, pursuing other narrow ends? Otherwise, we will not go so far.
Okay.
For the simple reason that people pick up issues and skew them. Like you've picked up the issue on bread, you are running with it. You're talking about housing levy, you pick the extreme point and run with it. How then do
is that illegitimate?
Well,
is it wrong to
like I said,
run with it?
Whereas I do not agree with that way of doing public participation, but it's enshrined in the Constitution, we can allow them to go that way. But then we have to say that that is actually killing the depth and the range of public participation, so that it then helps the process.
It was actually enhancing the depth of public participation.
Not when people pick narrow ends. When people pick,
who decides that these issues are narrow?
I would decide, for example, example, what was the purpose of public participation in the Constitution? It was for purposes of enriching the process of governance, right?
As determined by
But then, by we, the people of Kenya, you look at the preamble. We, the people of Kenya. So when people pick narrow and linear approaches to this particular process, they kill the spirit of public participation.
What's narrow?
What is narrow?
Yes.
Is
Give
that
an example.
when you wake up in the morning, Okango is here. He runs out and tells you that who told this government that we wanted this particular part of it. He has got the constitutional right to ask whatever question he is doing. But then does that add value? Especially when he's using half-truth, when he's coming in to spin, when he comes in to lie. You've asked him, for example, does he have the data? No. Does he have the analysis? No. But he's talking about the truth. We can go back to the old question by Pilate. What is truth according to Okango? And when he speaks about the people, who are these people? Somehow, the people in Azimio think that the people are only their voice. It's true. Okay. And what they say and do to this helps governance.
Arnold, you know the interesting thing about this discussion, even as you are making the point you're making very eloquently, you may not see it, but you're actually supporting what he is saying.
No city.
Because allow me to say what I want to say. Because when you make a presentation and you point to things, you haven't provided us with any data.
I was going to that.
No.
I was checking what he said.
He could argue that he himself had not been given time to present the data. So the two of you are more or less speaking from the same end.
I was checking Okango, his excesses. And then the conversation is actually going into a place where you
countered it with words as well.
Yes, exactly.
If you are countering it with saying Okango has said this, but this is the true position. Okango said this is the true position. Then you'd be countering. Countering with many words and quoting Matthew what? Matthew 1:28?
2:18.
Matthew 2:18. We are taking a break. Hold on, Fred. We are taking a break. It's 29 minutes to 8. We're having a finance bill conversation. So there is a political standoff on the issue of the finance bill. We have Fred Okango, who's the Secretary of Political Affairs in Azimio, and Arnold Maliba, who is a Strategic Communications Advisor at UDA, as our guest in the studio. We'll be back shortly. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Do you have the passion, the interest to tell a story to the world in your own style? Well, we're ready to take you in and help you grow your talents in the media industry. The Standard Group, in partnership with Talanta Institute, is offering a media training and incubation program courtesy of Standard Talanta Academy, where we nurture and guide industry talents on an array of topics from writing, reporting, media law and ethics, investigative journalism and research to the Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Films and Classification Board legal frameworks. To apply to the Standard Talanta Academy for our upcoming May intake, visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468. The Standard Talanta Academy.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay, let's look at the weather and how it's going to look like in Nairobi. It's going to be partly cloudy, but also some sunny day. Current temperatures at 16. Later on, it's going to high of 24 and lows of 16. Mombasa sunny at 26. Malindi sunny at 28. Kisumu sunny at 20. Nakuru 16 and sunny. Nyeri 15 and sunny. There's another town. Yes, Kakamega sunny at 18 and Eldoret sunny at 13. Lagos 28 and mostly clear skies. Sunny in Mogadishu at 28. Mostly sunny in Addis Ababa at 15. Partly sunny in Dar es Salaam at 24. In Johannesburg, clear skies at 12. Kampala, mostly cloudy at 21. Kinshasa, partly cloudy at 24. Paris, partly sunny with a warning of thunderstorms at 11. New York, clear skies at 14. London, mostly cloudy at 10. And Beijing, sunny at 25.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Westlands into town is looking busy. Then the area around Karen, coming on down Ngong Road into town before you get to the Karen town itself. And this is around the Kararapon area. As usual, that's usually busy in the morning. Okay. Ngong Road coming into town itself is all right up to the point where you get to the junction with Naivasha Road. That's at the Junction Mall. it's busy. And then Langata Road is busy out of the interchange heading towards town. It's busy at Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Jogoo Road is busy heading towards City Stadium roundabout. Thika Superhighway is pretty busy this morning. It starts all the way from Garden City Mall heading towards town. DCI is where the Kiambu Road traffic begins. And then we have an issue on North Airport Road. These are the interchange with Outer Ring Road. But nothing major that we can see that we say ought to be reported on. Apart from this issue on Outer Ring Road around Babadogo, coming out of Thika Road heading towards Buruburu is busy around Babadogo.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues. From the Azimio corner, we have Fred Okango, he's the Secretary of Political Affairs, and from UDA, the ruling coalition, Maliba Arnold is a Strategic Communications Advisor. Gentlemen, we are discussing the finance bill, the two sides of the same coin that we are looking at politically. So the finance bill has been published, and we're getting feedback from various sectors. There are those in the manufacturing who are saying, okay, we've got an issue with this and the other on excise duty and such. We've got manufacturers who are saying something. We have people in the breweries who are saying something. There are people who are talking about bread being taxed. There are people in agriculture who are saying, okay, so where are we heading in this direction? All this feedback, like Arnold, and in fact, even you, Fred, you agreed, all this is public participation. Now, how should this conversation move towards then ensuring that the views of the public, which is an issue that you have, that the views of the public are incorporated in the final bill that is discussed in Parliament?
You know, Eric, I wanted to say that earlier on, as it is today, we don't have a national legislation on public participation. The threshold. But courts have pronounced themselves on this issue. It must be sufficient enough. Now, I know Kenyans are unhappy because they have said so, particularly on the issues of, 16% VAT on bread. I know Kenyans are unhappy on the issue of circulation, motor vehicle circulation tax of 1 to 2.5%. Kenyans are happy on the 20% that is being proposed on the income from digital market and social media and the rest. Kenyans are happy about that. But you know, the best way to address this issue is to do adequate public participation. And that can only be reflected. Adequate public participation is participation by the people where their views actually find their way in the decision making.
And then
in the decision making, just give me time, Eric. Decision making it happens in Parliament. So when you have a bill like Finance Bill 2024 that has come with a lot of proposals that look punitive, so for you to believe that actually your view made it to the final decision making is when the enactment is done. Now, when the Finance Act 2024 comes out and you see that I proposed as a person or an ordinary Kenyan that instead of taxing Kenyans 2.5 on the motor vehicle, we proposed 1 and it is there, then you can actually see that.
Okay? Answer my question. I want to pause you. My question was, what's the best way from Azimio that these public views can be taken, be synthesized, and be incorporated in the final bill in such a way that Fred Okango, ordinary Mwananchi, not Azimio top leader, can feel that I participated and then my views went there and this is how my view was taken. Either it was taken directly or it was not considered at all, and I can see why.
Very fast. Look at the publication period. These are people who are saying that we have up to 28th of this month to give views written. Then they'll invite the public for oral submissions. It means when you shorten that period again, you are locking out potential amendments because you know you don't want them. Number 2, segregate the participation into details. We are publishing these in the newspapers and inviting the public to come and send their views. While my grandmother in the village, who do not read newspaper, did not see it. Take the participation to the core of the Mwananchi down and translate everything into a language that everyone can understand. Number two, there are issues of young people in that bill that is affecting them, particularly on the issues of monetization of the digital market. Is there a formula they have used to reach the young people? No. So what I'm saying is the public participation is good. It is good that today people are interacting with the bill. They're speaking about it. They're rejecting it pronto. But for their views to be factored in, they must be given also more time to interact with the bill. How many pages is the bill? How many pages is it? It's a large document. So what we are saying is, for us in Azimio, we will pay taxes because we say kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. But we don't want to see a situation where Kenyans are overtaxed.
So what are
Our
you saying?
members of parliament.
Is Azimio saying that they'd like the publication period extended?
I am saying so. I am saying
what to what?
I am saying so because the period is very short.
From what to what?
Give them 2 weeks. Give them 2 weeks. Give them 2 weeks.
What are the factors to consider here?
Factors to consider are, this is a debate that will not, this is an issue of concern to the people.
Okay.
It's an issue of concern to the people because the taxation is about representation too. The taxation is about expenditure too. Where do you get the money? You get the money from the same people. I cannot come to your house and tell you, Eric, now I want to help you build a better house, but I'm not telling you how you are going to build it. You know? Okay. I'm not telling you how we're going to build it.
There's a cut-off date.
There's a cut-off
for the budget.
There's a cut-off date of the budget.
So working backwards,
also,
how much time do you want?
Backwards, when does the budget cycle start? It didn't start yesterday. It didn't start yesterday. So even as we do that, what I'm trying to say, Eric, is let's find a way of ensuring that we get as many views as possible from the people.
Okay.
After getting that, let's also find a way of ensuring that those views are factored in. Because you see, it is one thing to do public participation.
Point made.
It is one thing to do public participation.
Allow me to cut you off there, Fred. Allow me. Arnold, come in.
First of all,
my question again is, how do we ensure that the current process where the citizens are engaging in one way or the other with the finance bill, first of all, they have better information on the finance bill, proper details of it, and then those considerations are then factored into the final bill that's discussed in Parliament?
Well, first of all, I think I would agree with Okango that the way we allow people to ventilate on this particular document, which is actually very complex, is a little bit, in my opinion, not sufficient in two ways. That number one, we have got a budget cycle. It's not an event. Budget making is a process. It's actually 5 years. We have got the MTEF process, and then we've got, of course, the annual budgeting cycle. So ordinarily it begins around September and then runs all the way again to September. But be that as it may, I think that these things are legislated. Not that I think, I know that the budgeting cycle is legislated. What we are doing now is not new. There is no difference between this year and how it has happened in the last 10 years. That is how we gave ourselves that particular process. What I would say is that the gaps that exist, there is an opportunity for us to improve that so that the people in Treasury provide us with a popular version. When we are doing consequential processes, remember, like when we were doing the Constitution, we had a popular version. There is need to have popular versions of these particular things because some of them, we are looking at 136 pages of a bill, but that is not the whole thing. The attendant pages are actually almost 5,000 because you're going to have other laws that are attendant to it. Like, for example, you have got the income tax, all those other acts that do exist. So the 136 pages is just what I would call the introductory part of it. So I think in future, and this is for Parliament to do, as an institution, the Parliamentary Budget Office, they need to find ways of actually ensuring that policy communication is made as easy as possible for purposes of people ventilating into it. Otherwise, then they run away with quick lines that a few politicians who don't read these things run with it, go to it in FinRolls, and then some of us also come here and we've not read the whole thing. We've not really done justice to the document. So I'm thinking that going forward, this one is a challenge to us as a nation, both people at the National Treasury and the people in Parliament, to make policy communication a little bit better for the people we have so that they ventilate on it. Otherwise, even as we sit here, not so many of us will actually be looking at the substance of the bill other than what has been reported or the pickup lines that people are running with. But then, as it is today, we have got what I would call sufficient time in the way we have been doing things. The emails are actually open, people are putting in, and we have got parliamentarians and MCAs and elected leaders whom we send. When they come to funerals and they ask us of our opinion, mumekubali ama mjakubali, and people say tumekataa ama tumekubali ama tuna support. That is a way of going around it. Other than us sitting here and then just blaming the whole process, there has been a problem, of course, around that, because we do not have a standing law around public participation, because even the courts have actually really mixed us up. In one instance, you will see a ruling that is quantitative, that this particular public participation should have been quantitative. Then in another one, they are talking about it having been qualitative. So that mixture, I think, again, we will go back to Parliament, and there is need for Parliament to also bring this particular debate to base and ensure that we have got a law. Not that it's easy, it's quite difficult to actually quantify and work around this public participation. So it's a whole basket of very many things. But as it were, I would say that it's worked for us for the last 10 years. We can only better it.
When you talk of a document that has 5,000 pages or even more, the truth is very few people will be able to read it. But people will pick up what they think affects their lives.
Yes.
And the reason why taxation is at the center of our discussion is because people in their own ways correlate what they consider to be the taxes they pay and the services they get from these taxes. Now, if they perceive that there is an equalization in this process, that somehow the taxes aren't working for them, if I may put it simply, then everything else that we're going to discuss about the finance bill will not really make sense. Because at the end of the day, what do people want from the government?
City, if we are going to look at the finance bill from a perspective, and this one is quite a difficult one, a qualitative argument about the people feel like they are not being served sufficiently.
Yes.
The truth is that whereas that is a justified conversation.
It's not even feel. No.
No, you said feel, now you've added it.
Yes,
so I'll go with the first line and then I'll come back to it.
I'm responding to you.
So,
yes.
If we go along that way, we're actually going to have a zero-sum argument and we will not move on because the budget-making process goes on. So with the feeling and the knowing, how then are you doing it differently to move forward? Let's look at the substance of this particular bill, for example. We've said about banking services, for example, will no longer be VAT exempt. What informs this is that a lot of this has actually moved to online. I don't know when last you used your checkbook. I don't know when last you queued. You are a very rich man then. A person doing checkbooks is quite rich. But then the rest of us are just doing it online. So it's actually been simplified. So we are looking at how then does that work around that. It's no longer as heavy as it was. Some of these services are becoming obsolete. He's raised the issue of bread, for example. What Okango has refused to do, either he has refused to read the finance bill or he has chosen to spin deliberately. What are we saying? That the supply of bread will stop being zero rated, because what has been happening is that for bread and milk, the producers have actually been getting refunds from government. So we are doing away with that because when we look at it effectively, we realize that it is catering for a small portion and then there is the rest of us. So there are needs. And then we are talking. So we are coming up with a policy on tax, right?
People get refunds from government.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Just start producing milk, and you will actually find. The problem is that you are writing checks, and you are speaking English here. If you did milk, if you did bread, you will get. And that's why we are saying.
And the people who actually receive this money.
They receive. And that is why government's highest expenditure has been, when we talk about tax expenditure, has been on milk and bread. And we feel that at a time when we need money to take care of more important things like health, devolution, paying our debt, we cannot be paying money outside.
Where are you basing this on? Is this what the National Treasury officials have explained as the reason why they have taken this move? Because this is a proposal that's coming from the National Treasury.
Yes. These are actually the footnotes. And I'm actually saying that because I've taken time. I work for the ruling party. I've taken time to look at some of those issues that actually people have picked. And it, like Citi said, it's easy to pick the low-lying fruits and run with them, especially in discussions. But for things, for something as deep as a finance bill, there are a lot of positive stuff in here. And normally when we're doing public participation, we will be invited to talk about what people feel. And
so the explanation here, has it been given in the bill?
There are attendant notes, and I have read. I even have some here.
In the bill?
Look at the PBO documents. Look at the parliamentary budget office documents.
No. Finance bill.
The bill normally does not have.
Okay.
When you go.
So where is this explanation on why we are deciding to do away with the zero rating of bread, manufacturing of bread? Where is the explanation?
If you look at the BPA statement, the draft BPA statement, you're going to find all of these explanations therein. I have even seen members of parliament, and by the way, Latiff, allow me to say this. It is so sad that our members of parliament, the people who should actually be articulating this effectively, are coming out and eating their own words and biting their own lips when they should be people who have gone through the BPA statement and come out to explain clearly. Like, for example, the motor vehicle circulation tax. There is a very clear explanation to it in the BPA statement.
Which is?
Which is so simple that, number one, the cost of keeping vehicles on the road has gone high. Number two, we are going green and we need to actually fund it. But what are they coming to tell you here? They are coming to tell you abracadabra and witchcraft.
So the budget policy...
Are we going to have a discussion, guys?
Okay, please.
Fred. You said no and you didn't pick up.
We're having a discussion, Fred. You want a debate. We will not have a debate here on a back and forth. These guys and these guys, right? We are in that discussion. Okay. So you've got to add on to this conversation on where is the explanation. Do you have an explanation on these proposals in the bill? Where would the explanations be coming from at this point when citizens are looking at this? At this point when the banking sector is, for example, saying, okay, this has come up and we do not understand it and it's going to affect us. When the insurance sector comes up and says, these are the issues that are contained in the finance bill, this is how they're going to impact on the sector. When the other sectors come up and say, this is what's going to impact on us, including bread manufacturers, is there an explanation being given? Fred, have you come across such explanation?
Eric, I'd prefer a debate where you give facts, and that is what I came here for. So when you tell me you're going to have a discussion and Arnold is explaining what you have not seen yourself, then I'm lost.
You don't need to be lost, Fred.
The question I've asked is, have you seen it? It's a yes or no.
Eric.
Have you seen it?
Eric, with all due respect, it is easy to ask those questions, but you'll realize that what our listeners want to know and our people want to know is, what is the principle that this government is using to tax them? That's what they want to know. My people don't want to listen to the BPO statement. They don't know it.
Actually, it is informed by principles and philosophies that inform the policy.
That's a discussion.
Fred Okango, the question I've asked is the same question you've repeated. When you have an issue, for example, you've talked about the digital services tax, right? And it's proposed, there are proposals in the finance bill. When you've come across it, have you come across an explanation of why this
there.
is there?
In the bill, it is not there.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the question.
The question,
Eric. Arnold, let Fred say what he wishes to say. Fred, speak.
I like discussions that are very useful to the people. And the discussions that are useful to the people is, how is this bill going to affect their pocket? That is what we are talking about. The budget making process is an elaborate one.
It is.
Elaborate one.
It can't be anything
else. And you summarize it to how it only affects the pocket.
Wait.
How elaborate is it?
No.
Go on, Fred.
Okay.
Then please add value.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay.
He's asking for a discussion and he's not having it.
Arnold,
Fred,
Fred
go on.
Speaking.
It's an elaborate process.
Okay. Now, I think we need to be a bit serious. We need to be a bit serious because...
Fred, you've taken 3 minutes going around the same issue. Can you
why are you
execute your
harassing
point?
me?
I want you to execute your point.
You are harassing me. Because I don't feel very comfortable when I'm harassed.
No, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are.
I'm just feeling that you're wasting time. You have 7 minutes to go.
You are pushing
You're going around saying that
you have 7 minutes to go because you gave Arnold the entire show
what my people
to
want
talk
to hear,
about
what
things
my
that the
want
people
to
are
hear.
not interested in.
So respond.
How do you determine people are not interested in it?
Because they want to know, why is it that UDA is proposing taxes
and
on
that
the
is what I'm
digital
explaining
space?
the why.
Why are they proposing taxes on the?
I have gone into the business of explaining the why. He doesn't want me to talk about the why, and he's going back to the same thing.
I'm actually interested in the why.
Arnold.
Yeah.
Right? I'm
You
interested
know,
in the why as well. Go ahead, City.
It's actually important that you give someone an opportunity to say what they want to say, even if they seem to be dragging their feet. Let them say it.
But is that what your colleague is doing?
They're saying
no.
you.
Is that what
I am saying speak. So please speak.
I strongly believe, City, that the budget-making process must be as transparent as possible. You cannot come on this show and tell us there are other footnotes that you need to know, while the bill that is before the public is a bill that do not elaborate on those footnotes that you're telling us. While they are true, because I know that process, but the manner in which the document comes out does not justify the reasons why they have given to increase the taxes. And I've always said that the principle of public participation require that that burden must be equitable. You are taxing a segment of the population called the middle class and the low class, based by where you are going to get the money. If you look at the motor vehicle, for example, who own cars in this country? They are not the very low, they are the middle class. But who finances some of those? They're the low class. We are also believing that in expenditure, because they are telling us that the money they have gotten, they're going to expend it on building roads. He talked of roads here, building I don't know what. But we are saying, is it equitable development? Or is it money that is now going to finance individuals, as I've always said? We have seen proposals to refurbish State House, to buy motor vehicles to the deputy president. You know? So that is the issue we have. And the people are very much concerned that where is the money going? And if it is going to a proper use, why more? Why more?
Actually, if I'm to pick up from what you've said, Fred, then perhaps it's incumbent upon the members of parliament and elected leaders to actually understand this finance bill in detail to be able to answer the very questions that you've raised.
They don't understand it. That's why some of the UDA members in the last...
Do Azimio MPs understand? You spoke about members of parliament and he's rushing to the UDA categorization.
Does the Azimio leadership understand
Yes, they do.
You see, this is
yes,
the biggest...
they do. And that's why they have said they are not going to vote yes to this bill if this bill will not be amended.
So what are the issues? The issue with the motor vehicle tax, right?
That's one of them.
Okay, the issue with the motor vehicle tax. Back to my question. Is there an explanation that has been given or that has been sought to explain why introduce this motor vehicle circulation
an
tax?
Explanation from where? From the public or from the treasury?
The bill originates from the National Treasury.
Yes.
Fred, I mean,
it goes to
your
parliament
people
3
should
times
know
before
that.
it comes out publicly.
It's not about my
your people.
I'm the one.
So,
Eric, allow me kindly.
No. Let me first of all hear from Fred.
You've been hearing from him for the last
bill has come from the National Treasury, right? It has certain proposals. It is before Parliament. As citizens are engaging on this particular bill, there should be an attendant explanation on, okay, so we are proposing this,
Eric.
And this and that. So what is the solution to that?
It is not there.
What is the solution to that?
They must provide it. As the committee goes out to conduct public participation, they must have all the documents, and they must have it in the simplest way possible, so that anyone who does not understand the budget making process is taken through and told the reason why we are introducing motor vehicle circulation tax is because part of this money is what you'll use to maintain the roads, is what you'll use to look at the insurance organizations. They've already rejected it. Why are they rejecting it? Because maybe they've not been taken through to understand this is why this needs to happen. And so if Arnold comes here and tells us... Before you come to the
end of the show, I should be allowed to actually respond to this very simply. The biggest problem we are having, and this goes to where I began.
I've not finished.
You actually are finishing time.
Okay. You have 30 seconds, Arnold. Finish.
The problem we've had here has been that we have got this kind of debate of Kwenda Uko. That Kwenda Uko is not discussion, is not debate. Them versus us is not how you debate a complex
Eric
document.
Said you wanted a discussion, so I gave you a discussion.
I said both a discussion and a debate of Kwenda Uko, them and us cannot hold. But I would like to say this. Can we...
30 seconds are over.
Can we? Yeah. You gave him 7 minutes. I'm being bullied out.
No, you are
Yes.
not. You are given
No,
time.
actually, you
before.
guys are very unfair. You're very unfair.
You're being bullied out.
You
I would
called
like to
us
say
here
this.
to discuss
Number
this,
one,
and you don't want
Eric,
to discuss.
We called you to discuss. You
Eric.
guys brought here an Azimio versus
No,
Kenya debate.
but why did you
Eric.
pick on Azimio?
Mistake.
Why did you pick on Azimio
Big
The
mistake.
budget
Why did
document
you
is in
do
Parliament 3 times
Big
before
mistake.
it comes out in the
We're coming to
public.
the end of the show. Thank
come
you very
on,
much,
guys.
gentlemen, for joining us. We hope the next time we actually have a contribution into the finance bill and not a this versus that kind of conversation. This is not that kind of show where we have,
I wanted,
Nyinyi
I had 30 bits. I actually had 30
They're all
points
gone.
to talk
It's
about.
now 8 a.m. It's news time. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Obaga. Some Mount Kenya leaders now claim that there is a plot to exclude the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from the government. Led by Nyeri Governor Kahiga Mtai, the leaders have vowed to oppose any plan to degrade Gachagua, who they've named as their regional leader.
Leo hii tunataka kusema tuko nyuma kabisa ya Rais William Samoei Ruto, lakini tunapitia kwa Rigathi Gachagua kama jamii. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hii serikali ilikuwa ya machozi, ilikuwa ya kilio, ilikuwa ya watu wengine kuwekwa jela, ilikuwa ya kukosewa heshima, na ilibidi sisi kama taifa, sisi kama jamii tuangalie mtoto wetu, tumwambie mtoto wetu ondoka, enda kando. Tumempata mwingine hapa ambaye wewe unaendelea kumnyanyasa.
However, State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed has dismissed the allegations, insisting that President William Ruto and his deputy have a good relationship. The leaders' statements come just 2 days after the Limuru 3 meeting that brought together various leaders from the Mount Kenya region.
About the Deputy President and the President, to my knowledge, there is no issue, Chef. And of course, the Deputy President's office is an office with all the capabilities and competencies. If you want to ask any question or find out anything about the Deputy President, they have all the capabilities, and you can find whatever information you need there.
And Bungoma National Technical College students have raised concern over increased rent since the institute was upgraded to a national college. They are now calling on their landlords to be more considerate, given that there are students and times are tough, as witnessed across the country.
Tafadhali tunawalilia serikali. Tumelia kwa maneno ya rent hiking. Tumejaribu kupigana wenyewe kama wanafunzi. Tumetoka nje tumeongea na landlords, wamekataa kutuongelesha. Our vice chairperson of the institution is now inside, ameshikwa Bungoma police station. When we are facing problems outside here as students, we expect the school to be at the forefront kusaidia comrades. Kama ni kuita hao landlords wawaite.
The father called on Bungoma County leaders to intervene in a matter that saw their student leader detained by police officers for organizing a protest against the new charges.
Wazazi wanalia. Tunataka sisi ni serikali tusaidie. County government of Bungoma, kindly saidia kijana wetu Simba Arati atoke ndani. Huko ndani hatukusema kwenda kumuona umuoni, hatujui kama ako hai ama amekufa. Comrades power. Bwana governor, kindly on Lusaka, saidia watu wetu, wanafunzi hawa wasome kwa amani, kila mtu arudi kwao akiwa kwa amani.
Area MP ako kwa board of management. Tunaomba MCS tafadhali tokeeni mtusaidie.
Police in Suba, Homa Bay County are set to exhume the body of a 5-month-old baby at Nyaburu village following a court order. Police say that they are investigating the child's father, who's believed to have buried his daughter alone at his compound. Well, upon interrogation, the man admitted to having buried the baby in a shallow grave using clothes. He said that the baby fell sick on Thursday night and later died, forcing him to bury her to avoid unnecessary costs. The area chief says the man has been staying alone with his 3 children after his wife went back to her parents' home for medication following an epilepsy attack. And on the international scene, Iran's president is believed dead after Iranian media agencies reported that no survivors were found at the crash site of a helicopter carrying him and 8 others. President Ibrahim Raisi and Foreign Minister Hussein Amir Abdullahian were among the senior officials on board the downed helicopter. Drone footage of the wreckage taken by the Red Crescent and carried on state media Fars news agency showed the crash site on a steep wooded hillside with little remaining of the helicopter beyond a blue and white tail. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, what's happening on the roads right now? It's busy on Thika Superhighway, busy on Kiambu Road, busy on Wayaki Way coming in towards town. It's actually looking busy as you enter the expressway. Very, very busy there. Ngong Road is coming in hot, as they say. It's busy at Naivasha Road Junction, and also Ngong Road is very, very busy as you approach Ngong. This is all the way from Ngong towards Kirara Pond, towards Karen. Very, very busy there this morning. Then also Ngong Road gets busy as you approach the City Mortuary roundabout. Wayaki Way is, no, not Wayaki Way, Mbagathi Way as you approach the City Mortuary roundabout is busy. And Langata Road as you approach the Timor interchange is also busy. Jogo Road is moving pretty well actually at City Mortuary, City Stadium roundabout. Landis Road is busy as you get into Haile Selassie.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
So our conversations around the finance bill will continue. Tomorrow we'll start hearing from the various sectors. We'll hear from the manufacturers, we'll hear from traders, we'll hear from SMEs, small traders, and what they're feeling about the finance bill. We hope to hear from the National Treasury itself, because they are the authors of this particular bill. We want to hear from members of National Assembly on what they think about the bill, especially how they're going to incorporate feedback from all these members of the public on the bill. These conversations, we will have them all the way. The point is, at the end of this, last year we started with issues about the finance bill, City, and we saw, there was, and we even said last year that this is the first time in a long time, the first time actually, that we are seeing people looking at the proposal to tax them.
Yes.
And having various inputs and having some level of understanding that there is a bill called finance bill, and this bill is proposing taxation. And then over time we'll also have conversations about the appropriations bill as well, and what the proposals are on how to spend money. By and by we'll get to the point of the budget policy statement, that long voluminous document, and how Parliament treats it. By and by we're getting
But then
there.
what is clear from the conversation we just had, in some quarters it's a fairly emotive issue.
Yes.
But I also get the impression that both sides see it as an issue or as a platform from which they can actually propagate propaganda. Why am I saying this? It is a proposal. And the argument that one hears often is that whatever people say, very little will change. But that is actually not true. Things actually do change. This whole discussion revolves around our understanding of what public participation is and what it's supposed to entail and what we're supposed to expect from it. Because the moment the public starts interacting with it, and the interaction is actually made easier because every sector that is affected by the finance bill will speak out. And when they speak out, you'll be hearing expertise speaking out because they know and they'll explain to you why it is they feel that is happening. But given that it is the politicians who will debate this thing at the end of it, the politics around this thing sometimes overshadows the very content of it. Because yes, every discussion that we have, it will go around and it will point to the difficulties that we are having right now in the country and the problems that we are having right now in the country. And depending on which side of the political divide one is in, it will be this bill is exacerbating our problems, and others will be saying this bill is trying to alleviate these problems.
Yeah.
Okay. And that debate just goes on, and somewhere along the line, the truth about this whole thing is actually lost in that political debate. And yet, that we're discussing it, and this, Arnold mentioned this clearly, that we're discussing it is actually a really good thing. That we're differing and that opinions are actually being sought and given. Everything about the finance bill and the fact that it allows people to begin to understand the details of it, to understand how it will affect them directly. But sometimes, it moves away from the very point, from the actual, the center of the discussion. Why do I say this? Why do you think that we are suddenly experiencing and seeing all this raft of taxation that's taking place?
Yeah.
Does it have to do with the monies that we owe and we need to pay? Does it have to do with the push to ensure that we keep the development up? But when I say something is lost, Eric, what I find lost in this discussion is what it is the government is doing to inject sufficient capital into the economy so that the economy grows. Taxation is a lot easier when the economy is growing. Because there's something to tax.
There's something to tax.
Yes. When more people have access to money, more people have access to doing business, that circulation of money within the economy helps the growth of it. So the taxation becomes less painful than it actually is. But in this entire discussion, I don't hear that discussion.
You don't hear it?
No, I don't hear it.
You don't hear it. Or even how to then expand that tax base and say,
yes.
Even if you want to raise the tax to GDP ratio from 14, you want to raise it by 4%, 6%, 8%. What does that mean? Are you saying that you are actually raising the tax rate, or are you raising the revenue collection?
What are you doing?
Yeah. Because if you're talking about raising the revenue collection, then you can say, okay, so I have raised this revenue mostly from these sectors, and then there are these other sectors that I am not able to capture. This is how I'm going to improve the efficiency of the revenue collector so that then they are able to capture even this other side.
Yes.
But keeping on adding maybe the tax rate on the same small percentage.
Actually, that is the painful bit because you are saying you've expanded the taxes I must pay, but I'm paying it from the same pot.
Yep.
And we're saying, why don't you expand this pot so that one has one big pot, but other small pots from which they can actually. So when you're saying you're taxing, it makes a lot of sense because you're then taxing more.
Yep.
But if you're taxing, you're increasing the volume of tax on the entity that was originally there, then it becomes a painful.
It becomes a very, very painful thing.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Kerry is saying we have a way of making sure that we get to understand all your businesses and the kind of business that we are all doing. So we can also say that with this kind of outlook, we can then see the institutes or the entities that are able to pay tax and what kind of businesses that they run, and then you can tell, so this is how we do it. And that's why the electronic tax invoice management system is in place. KRA says it's very simple. ecitizen.kra.go.ke. That's ecitizen.kra.go.ke. And the USSD code, City?
It is star 222, meaning 222 hash. Yes.
Star 222 hash.
Yes.
This is now the other side of it, right?
Yes, this is how you can actually, this is, in my opinion, the easier way to access it because you can easily access it on your phone. And the rest, as I say, is as simple as having dialed the star 222 hash.
Yeah.
Yes. The information that you are required to provide is simple. The process of providing it is equally simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the thing that has been here also in the ongoing finance bill debate is The ETIMS requirement came in the last finance bill. The new finance bill says that for entities that do not have an ETIMS or do not generate ETIMS invoices, there'll be a penalty. Now, there's a proposal here that the penalty is actually going to be very steep, about 2 million shillings per month. Every month that you actually do not generate ETIMS invoices, a 2 million shillings penalty. Of course, ETIMS, first of all, is looking at everybody and also incorporating the small and micro enterprises. What's the effect of that kind of punitive penalty?
I don't know.
On small enterprises, it's going to make people now run away from wanting to comply.
Actually, you're right. You see, the thing is, I don't know what it is that informs this direction that the government takes when it argues that for everything that one doesn't do, you will be punished. Are you sure that it will achieve the desired result, or it might achieve the complete opposite? When people don't pay, there must be a reason. So a punishment of that nature, in my opinion, makes sense when it is clear you have the ability to pay but you have refused to pay. In this basket, will there not be people who are simply not able to pay? Will it not be people who perhaps have not fully understood? Should this not be then the debate? Or is there the feeling that if we propose this fine, then they will know the consequences and they'll do the right thing? That doesn't always work that way. No. It's like saying that when you take people to prison, they automatically become better people. They don't.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. In fact, people who might have understood the errors of their ways and rectified it end up becoming hardened criminals.
Now, this is actually now what happens, right? It's because of the way you've structured your prison system.
Yes.
Not rehabilitative, but more punitive.
It's punitive, yes.
So when you get in there, you're first of all dehumanized, you're called Mahabusu, you're told remove all these things, you find a very rough environment, it dehumanizes you.
Yes.
Then the second thing is you find, the living conditions, the kind of food that you eat, the places that you sleep, the way you spend your day, do you have access to proper sanitation? All those things are dehumanizing you. So the chances of you reforming are less and less.
They're slim.
Yeah.
They're very, very, very slim.
And so that does not even encourage people to say, okay, so if I made a mistake, I can own up and say, you know what, sorry, I made this mistake. This is my punishment. I accept my punishment. I can come back to it. It's the same thing with putting 2 million shillings penalty on non-compliance with
it's
ETIMS.
It's assumed to be a deterrent. It's assumed to be a deterrent. It is an amount that may achieve the complete opposite of what you actually desire. The truth of the matter is this. KRA has made enormous strides in being people and user-friendly. They have made enormous... I speak as somebody who knew income tax before it became Kenya Revenue Authority, okay? You would get a letter from KRA and you would not function for a week, just fearing the very worst. Okay? Now, in the moment when you're frozen, you know you are doing nothing. And if it was a debt, it isn't reducing, it's increasing.
It's just increasing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And yet, if you were to look at studies that have been done and what they show and what people respond to, there's what you call positive reinforcement, okay? If you have a punishment, there has to be a reward. The two have to go hand in hand. Yes. So if somebody is compliant, they need to understand the reward that exists for the compliance. And in the absence of that compliance, then the punishment makes sense. But it has to balance. But it can't be that you only have the punishment and there's no reward for it. See? Now the reward, in my opinion, is the government speaking loudly about the plans it has to ensure that people are able to grow their businesses, people are able to do the businesses that they want to do. In the face of the deluge that we had and the problems that the flooding has caused, solutions that will alleviate the poverty that we are staring at, that will deal with the diseases that will come and have already started coming because of this. These are things that encourage people to move along. These are things that can explain the taxes because money has to be utilized. But if that communication is not put across, then it doesn't matter the good that is intended and the good that is done. If it is not known and it is not seen, it might as well not have been done. Okay? So, the efforts that are being made are for a reason. The government has to pull up its socks in communicating and telling its people. When you move people along with your ideas and plans, then they support your ideas.
Then they can see the sense of what you're saying.
Yes, and then they support it.
Yeah.
Yes.
A classic example is the Amnesty program by KRA.
Yes.
Right? That's still, I think, ongoing.
It is ongoing.
Where KRA has said, all right, you owe us a certain amount of tax that you ought to have paid and you did not remit. Then on top of that, because of missing the deadline, you are slapped with a penalty. And then that penalty has been accruing interest over time. Every time, the longer you stay without submitting or remitting that tax, the penalty stays, and then there's an interest on it.
So you're going to pay
they've waived the interest and they've waived the penalty. And KRA itself is reporting that because of this amnesty, they've actually been able to go back into that original amount that you were supposed to have paid. Many people are saying, okay, yeah, you have actually determined that I owe the Revenue Authority 1 million shillings. I can pay this 1 million shillings. If you're going to remove the penalty and the interest, which you're bringing that bill to 5 million shillings,
I can pay the million.
You can deal with 1 million. All right, can we work out a repayment plan? And they've been doing that. So you find that over time, that 1 million bob, which is what they wanted to have collected in the first place, they are collecting. So the issue of penalties and interest and all those things, they serve as they're supposed to be at your deterrence against non-compliance, but they actually now push you further and further.
They do. You see, the reality of the situation, the state that our economy is in, is best exemplified by the statistics that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics provide for us. The number of people who are below the poverty line and people who are not even certain whether they're going to have a meal a day, when it keeps increasing, it tells you that we're in dire straits. When you talk to people, it is represented by somebody who had a family here in the city or in a big town, and then the families having been sent back to the rural areas. And the reason is because they cannot afford to exist or live in the town. Whatever it is that they were doing, they can no longer do.
Yeah.
They were the support system for their relatives in the rural areas. You suddenly find that that is no longer possible. So people have gone back to the state that they were first in when they first came to the big town, to a one-roomed house that you share with your friend. Now, those are indicators that people are doing badly. When people are doing badly, it means the economy is doing badly.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And measures have to be put in place to
though they have to be, and then communicated.
Yeah.
Once the measures are put in place, it must be communicated so that it is understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the issue of the finance bill, what I really would have hoped to see is at the point of publication, then let's also see the owners of this bill, that's the National Treasury, coming out to explain some of these issues. When you have all these roadshows on media houses on discussions of the finance bill, let somebody from the National Treasury come and say, okay, on the issue of this particular tax, the motor vehicle circulation tax, this is the thinking. And over time, we have noticed this and the other. And we have also seen that in other countries, this has been tried, this is how it has worked. And that's why we decided to introduce it as a proposal. And the target here is to raise this much. Then let's discuss and debate on this reason that you're giving us. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Can you stagger it? Can you suspend it? Can you start it at some certain time in the future? All those issues. But now they're quiet. They come up with new tax proposals, and the owners of it, the National Treasury, are quiet. It's left now to the members of the Finance Committee, led by their chairman, to act as if he's speaking on behalf of the National Treasury.
No, and yet
Kuria Kimani should not be speaking on behalf of the Treasury. He should be saying, I am willing to listen to these proposals. What I want to hear is, this is the justification I've sought from the Treasury, is what I've gotten, and this is what we are hearing from the public. We as members of Parliament shall look at what carries weight in this particular matter, right? And this is what we expect to see. Always action on issues that are important. Anyway, City, Showmax says for 500 shillings, as low as 500 shillings on your mobile device, you can get to watch Showmax.
You can watch movies. And more movies, whether the movie is football, whether the movie is National Geographic, whether the movie is actually a series, or it's actually a movie cinema, you can watch. You know, one of the things that perhaps is understated is the educational value that Showmax provides.
Yes.
Some of the shows I like watching are documentary.
Yeah.
The educational value is invaluable. Yes.
It's a lot.
Yes, it is.
There's a lot. In fact, when you watch those documentaries, you actually get to learn. There is, get the history, get all this.
You get to know so much.
A lot.
It is actually shocking and amazing.
A lot.
Yes.
Yeah. So we move our conversation now to the Limuru 3 conference. What was happening there? What came out of it? What we expect to see going forward? One of the key organizers of that conference is the Secretary General of Jubilee Party, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. He's now in the studio. Good morning.
Morning. My apologies for stepping in late.
No, that's perfectly all
I
right.
missed this bypass turning.
And you've been here so many times.
I know.
What happened this morning?
Somebody was on the phone. It's good to confess.
Yes. Karibu sana.
Yeah, asante sana, poleni tena.
You're right. It's good to see you.
Asante.
Yeah. So, Limuru 3.
Yes.
We saw bits and bits of it, and there are those who are watching it live, and what was being discussed. Let's start from before the Limuru 3 conference.
Yes.
What was it all about?
Well, I want to thank you once again because I remember I was here before the meeting and we discussed about it a bit. We wanted people to come and say what they think, what they are feeling, how they think they are being managed by the KKK group. And
there are 2 Ks. There are not 3. There are 2 KK.
The 3 Ks. That's all right. Yeah, the 3 Ks were an infamous group from the South of America.
Excuse me, because that's where I come from.
Yes.
So if you hear me say it again, it is still the same thing. But I mean the KK, the people in power today. We wanted the Kenyans from Allowed the Mountain to come and express their feelings. Remember, there was quite some heavy organization before the 2022, and people had been made to believe that there is nothing good that can come from elsewhere other than from this grouping. And this was the first political organization outside the KK since 2022 within that region. So the starting point was a couple of things that we wanted to do. One is that we wanted to see Kenyans themselves coming to speak from that region because for the last almost maybe more than 1.5 years, you would not have said anything against these guys on the ground. You'll be heckled because they will always organize people to heckle you. And it required some time for people to see that it was not us blocking them from delivering. It was just what we had said from the beginning, that it's a group of people who have no idea, clueless, ladderless, planless, hawana form. And people themselves have come to realize. So we now wanted to hear people themselves saying it so that we can now move to the next level. We also wanted them to come to bring themselves to Limuru, as opposed to there before, where facilitation has been provided for them, in the form of money for them to cover their cost of travel and even attempting to fight to accommodation, attempting to give them some money to eat. This time loud, it was just a question, come. If you are, kama umesikia uchungu, kuja.
Facilitate yourself.
Ukiwa mgonjwa, haugojei mtu akulipe ndio uende hospitali, unaenda kutafuta hospitali kwa sababu ya ile uchungu kuna nayo. And we told people from the counties, said names of people you think would want to come and are members of all the parties that have come together. And names kept coming. We sent invitation to 4,200 people. Direct invitation. And in the invite was Karibu Limuru 3, and we want to thank you for your self-sponsorship. So everybody came clear in mind that you are not coming to collect money, there is nothing expected. That was a major.
How many people came?
We had over 5,000 people.
So more than you had invited?
More than we had invited. And so that was one thing that we were happy about. And when we were there, again, we were told that there is a 93-year-old mzee who has been in police custody for the last almost now 3 weeks. It was going to be 3 weeks this week. And the reason why he was put in is because he is accused of having forged a title. 93-year-old mzee accused of forgery. And what has he done? He has forged the signature of William Ruto, and now he's taken over the RAD that belongs to William Ruto. The RAD is 1,500 acres, 2,500 acres. And this mzee has come, and we have seen this document ourselves. He's come with a title that was given to them back in 1974. And this is now the infamous Dafivi farm.
The one in
Dafivi farm, the one in Naivasha. So this mzee has been in custody. He was picked the other day and told you, oh, you have forged. When they realized that there was a lady, by the way, there was a lady at the house, and the file was completely removed and all the records were removed. But little did they know that another set of original copies of all documents were with these old people, and they had been given a long time ago. So when they realized that, they broke into their houses in Naivasha, and these are issues reported to the police. They ransacked the houses. They were trying to look for those documents, but again, 93-year-old mzee, there's something he knows that you do not know. So there was nothing in those houses. And the documents are safely somewhere else. And I can confirm to you that I've seen the documents. The original title was given to them in 1971. Now what they have done is to pick this mzee and put him in for those time. And what was telling was, when we told the story to the congregation, or to those who had assembled the conference, they were screaming, what? M-Pesa number. I had not heard. I couldn't tell what they were saying. It took a while for me to decipher what they were saying. But when I realized, I said, so we gave the number of the lady who has been at the front of this, MCA Jane of Maera Ward. And I tell you, within some 2-3 minutes, 103,600 shillings had been laced. We were in need of 40,000.
40,000 as cash bail.
Yes, because 60 had already been laced by the locals.
Right.
So they came on their own account. They came and ate. They accommodated themselves. They even went ahead and fundraised. That is not what has been done. That is completely the opposite of what KK does. They come with sacks of money, and they hire goons if you come near their whatever, all those things. So that was major achievement. Number one. Number two is that the 2 nights before, and Ichung'wa has been on record saying, hiyo haitafanyika Kenya hii. There was heavy mobilization to try and disrupt the meeting. And again, it's nothing like allegation where delegations is there. We sent pictures of matatus that were lined up somewhere at Roysabu, very many of them, in the evening. And their work was to go and collect young people to come and disrupt the meeting. We want to again thank our young people, the ones they have called Mugeki, Walevi, and the rest. They were in their proper senses. They organized themselves throughout the night. I didn't sleep the night before the meeting. And they said, mutu yoyote ambaye anafikiri, in fact I use the language they were using, ambaye anafikiri alitairi ajaribu kukaribia mkutano. So we had a few ferrars who came to the gate with pangas concealed, but again the system was clear, was thorough, and they were told to look for a shamba somewhere there and look for kibarua ya kufyeka nyasi pande hiyo. Na hiyo panga yao. So that was another major achievement, because most of those young people, they took the money, but they never actually agreed to board the matatus. So it's not that it was stopped. They took the money uko nje, and they never agreed to come for those things. And one of the things, they had been organized. You can go to Githurai and check this. It was a fact. The member of parliaments around those areas, including where the shooting happened again the following day at Thika, had been told that kujeni kuna chakula. We have chakula hii ya kuokota hii ya kupatiana wanapatiana. And they were trying to isolate the young men and the old people so that they could give a belief to the young people of what to do at Limuru. And it didn't work. And I really thank the people around there for all that happened that day.
Okay, let's take a break. At 26 minutes to 9, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni is the Secretary General of Jubilee. He was one of the key organizers of Limuru 3. We are looking at Limuru 3, what happened. Siti, as we go to the break, give Mheshimiwa the day's proverb.
Yes. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Liberia. Now, Liberia has one distinction. It is the one country on this continent that got its independence more than 100 years before the other African countries even thought of independence. It got its independence in 1846. Am I?
Wow.
Oh, yes. 1847, actually, 26th July.
They had not started colonizing us.
Even before Nairobi was Nairobi.
Yes. And they became the members of the UN on November 2nd, 1945. Yes.
My goodness, they are still struggling.
Oh, yes. They are seriously struggling. They weren't always struggling. They were doing very well until the first coup hit them. But that's a story for another day.
All right.
It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing. Jeremiah, what's your interpretation of this?
That's a tough one, because I would rather die when standing than when I'm on my knees. That's what we say here. But these ones want to fall when they are seated, not when they are standing. Of course, the impact will be lesser. But I don't know what they meant by that. When seated, I want to be fighting.
Take a moment. Let's take this break. Out of the break, you'll think through it and you'll tell us what you think about it.
Okay.
Back shortly. Good morning. We're live on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Radio Garden, and all other platforms.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenya Revenue Authority KRA reminds all business owners, including those who are not registered for VAT, to electronically generate and transmit their invoices to KRA via ETIMS. Did you know you can now register and generate ETIMS invoices by dialing *222#? Visit www.kra.go.ke to register and learn more about ETIMS and start invoicing your transactions today. The general public is also encouraged to request for an electronically generated receipt with every purchase. Vuka ETIMS leo. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. This season, we're celebrating the heartbeat of every family. Moms. Treat mom to an unforgettable shopping experience at Sarit, her ultimate shopping destination. Discover a wide array of gifts across various categories that cater to every mom's taste. Earn and redeem points with our Sarit loyalty app. Enjoy prepaid parking and snag gift vouchers. Plus, don't miss out on picking up your Mother's Day coloring card at customer care this month. Share your creations and tag us on @SaritYourCity. Visit www.sarityourcity.com for more details. Join us for Sarit's exclusive Mother's Month celebration. Don't miss out.
The weather with
Sunny day
SpiceFM.
coming up in Nairobi. Highs of 18 right now. It's going to rise to 24 later today. Mombasa sunny at 28, Malindi sunny at 29, Kisumu sunny 22, Nakuru sunny at 16, Nyeri town sunny at 18, Kakamega 21 and sunny. Eldoret sunny at 16, Lagos mostly sunny at 28, Mogadishu sunny at 29, Addis Ababa mostly sunny at 19, Dar es Salaam is a sunny day at 25, it's a sunny day in Johannesburg at 14 degrees, Kampala cloudy at 21, Kinshasa very sunny at 23, New York clear skies tonight at 14, London a sunny morning at 11, and Paris there's a thunderstorm warning and the temperature currently at 12 degrees.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
We're in the thick of traffic hours, so Northern Bypass and then coming into the North Airport Road is very, very busy as you approach the interchange with Outer Ring Road. Mombasa Road is looking okay until you get to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, where it starts piling up, heading towards the Bunyala roundabout. And then Landis Road is busy as you get into the Haile Selassie roundabout and up Wakulima Market. Ngong Road is busy as you head towards the major roundabouts and the junction at the Junction Mall with the Naivasha Road. Langata Road is busy as you head towards town, and this is towards the T-Mall Junction, which then picks up on Raila Odinga Way or Mbagathi Way up towards the City Mortuary roundabout. It's busy on Magadi Road this morning as you approach the Galleria Mall. When you get to the Galleria, it'll start moving. It's also been very, very busy around Kerarapon coming towards Ngong Town. It's then, not towards Ngong, but towards Karen from Ngong. And then from there on, Ngong Road is okay all the way. Thika Superhighway starts at past KCA University, and then DCI for Kiambu Road. Westlands heading towards town as you approach the expressway, it's also busy. And then Lower Kabete Road is busy from Kitisuru Road coming all the way towards Westlands.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues with Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General of Jubilee. So, any interpretation of that proverb? Has it anything come to mind?
Not yet. I think I heard the one that was given by Kimathi, Dead and Kimathi. I would rather die on my feet than on my knees. Yes, which is, I think, is quite the opposite. And that is what that's the philosophy or the principle we have now employed in dealing with our Limuru issues and Mount Kenya issues. And you know the Mount Kenya issues are not isolated to Mount Kenya. No, when you talk about taxes, it hits everybody. When you talk about the cost of living, it is again affecting everybody. When you talk about the mismanagement of the floods, it is again everybody.
Yeah.
So it is not that, it's only that when you look for votes, you look for votes from a given area. And you say that you are going to represent them. It's the organizing. These are the electoral units, and they are not there for anything else. It's for purposes of organizing so that your issues can come to the table.
Okay.
So I have heard a few people saying, oh, this is tribal, or whatever. I don't think it is a useful debate. I will leave it to the historian. But I think it is important to know that we are heading to Meru, Embu, Nyeri in the immediate, and from today we'll be sitting to organize meetings in those areas. Yes.
There are those who have pushed back and said, look, the Mount Kenya region is complaining about issues that are affecting the country right now.
Yes.
But the Mount Kenya region actually has half of government. Very, very influential leaders. You've got cabinet secretaries, you've got the deputy president, you've got the attorney general, you've got the leadership of the National Assembly, you've got the leadership in the Senate as well. You have all these people who are seriously influential and who could be influencing things to support the country.
I hope none of them is in leadership.
One of them is actually in leadership.
And this has been in leadership before. Or aspires to become a leader to this nation.
Why would you say that?
That is the myopic the way of thinking that we've been fighting against. That was why one of the reasons why there was clamor for multi-party democracy, second liberation. And it was to move ourselves from that parochial thinking that because you have one of your own in power, then unit helps you. That kind of thinking is not the correct thing. And it does not matter. For as long as the regime that is power is not answering to your desires, you have to raise up and you've got to raise your voice and say many things, or say the things that you are not happy about. Remember, even during Uhuru's time, Uhuru was from Mount Kenya, Ruto was able to go around the mountain and tell them, nyinyi, hakuna kazi inaendelea, there are no projects, nothing is being done, and it is time that mwambie Uhuru, Mariza Wende. So when you now turn around and say that you need your own on top for you to manage things, I think it is the wrong thing. What we are saying is that our children are not going to school. We have inadequate medical attention in our areas. We cannot see projects that are equivalent to the 4.6 billion shillings that has been borrowed in the last 10 years. We have seen disaster in the floods. You've seen the landslides. We still have people buried today, and they have not been this regime. They have not been able to recover the bodies because they themselves are a disaster. And I have said before, I also should not expect a disaster to declare another disaster a disaster. That is why we never declared first a disaster. And these are the things we are going to say, and we will say them irrespective of who is at the helm. We will say irrespective of who is at Treasury. When we say
so
that
who are you directing these concerns to?
We need equity in the sharing of resources in this country, and we are talking of the mantra of one man, one vote, one sharing. And one man is not one man from Mount Kenya; it is one Kenyan. It's everybody must get a sharing when another is getting a sharing, and we all vote equally.
You know, what you say makes sense, but is it the reality that the Mwananchi believes? Are you saying the Mwananchi believes that if their own, and meaning somebody who speaks their language, who comes from their region, is in power, they should not benefit? Is this not what people believe? Or are you saying this is the thinking you want to remove people from?
I would not be spending time trying to remove their thinking from there, because remember, this started back in 1982, not 82, even 82 when the coup was being done, by the way. And we had the likes of now Raila Odinga and others, Paul Mwite, Manyara, Koigu Amwere, Muga, Okuru, all these individuals, they were fighting against that same principle, which was perfectly and well employed by Moi. But you can still see people thinking that once you have one of your own in office, you are better off than a person who is there. And again, it's there for people to see. I have been telling people from my region to just start moving around. Hapana amka asubuhi, unaingia kwa baiskeli, unaenda kwa hiyo shopping center, alafu jioni unarudi kwa nyumba. You will not know what is happening. Take a flight to Kisumu. Take a flight to Kisumu. And when you approach Kisumu, ensure that you are not asleep. Have a look at how Kisumu is. They have never been in power. Kisumu is one of the most developed towns in this country. It's better than Mombasa. If you want to take a quiet holiday, fly to Kisumu. Some of the best quiet hotels are now in Kisumu. They have not been in power. They have been in opposition since 1961. What time was 63? So, I mean, it's very naive. Look at Nyeri. Nyeri is still having hiyo mabati, nyumba zilijengwa na zile mabati ya drum. If you look at that, it's terrible. Go to Kiabu. In Mount Kenya, by the way, the only town that is looking like modernization is Meru. It's actually the best town in Mount Kenya region. Meru has overtaken Nanyuki and all the other towns. So I'm trying to tell Kenyans that it is not you are being in power. It is you are being able to talk on behalf of your people and push and get the things done. Mm-hmm. So this issue of thinking that since you are in the Kenya Revenue Authority and those things you are supposed to benefit is really very. And I'm not going to spend my time doing that. We now know better. What we do not want done to our region is to be denied our ability to organize politically. Is to be denied an opportunity to organize ourselves culturally, because those are two areas that were hit very hard by this KKK regime. And they started by killing our political parties, by making sure that even you declare people from other regions you are kingpin. You completely distort the thinking or the lives of people. They have come and again now are saying even Gema, A stood for Kamba. All these distortions are very dangerous to a community. And there are things we would want to have them right. When they now arrest our 82-year-olds and call them Mogeki, and they were doing their cultural player at the end of the last year, and they keep them in police custody for a month, you intimidate, you put fear in people. And this is one of the things. They come and attack your cultural grouping. We have this KC, Kiama, GC, Gema. They bring in splinter groups. They splinter them. They pick one guy and he starts talking like he knows everything or anything, and he is on their payroll. So this is the thing these are the things we must push back. When they get your community in a state where nobody can call others, everybody is a boss. and it is for purposes of disorganizing you, for purposes of colonizing you in after the Mzungus. Those are the things we need to make sure that we have a pushback. And also, once we are able to push, I am sure we'll get better development attention than we are getting now.
So when you said that when people were...
And you can actually see after the Limuru, the people who were really against the Limuru have already gotten oxygen. You saw what was happening at the Russia Catholic Church. Uda Ferras tried talking to Ruto and telling him, calling him bluff. They called him, they used very tough words on him. That only happened because there was a Limuru. They didn't have the spine at all. They were just spineless.
To speak out.
Completely. And we are happy that they can speak out.
At the root core of this, and this is what you started by saying, is that there's some disquiet with the population on what they feel is the expectations of their government versus the reality of what they see with government. And if then you look back in the last regime, it could be argued it's the same kind of thing, that when William Ruto, the deputy president, then was even campaigning in Mount Kenya, he was picking on the issues that were impacting Kenyans that were not being addressed, they felt were not being addressed by their leaders. So the common problem here, the common thread here is leadership. Whether it's Jubilee leadership under Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, whether it's Kenya Kwanza leadership with William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, it's a leadership issue. And the citizens who are feeling that their government is not addressing them. What are those issues canvassed, and how do those issues get addressed? Because clearly, it's the leaders that they have in office, whether you're starting from the leadership of the National Assembly or you go into the leadership of any other institutions, those leaders, Kikuyu or not, are not serving their people. That's what the people are saying.
I totally agree with what your analysis on that issue. And I again go back again to before 2010. I think even before 2002, but mainly before 2010. You remember, before our constitution, you had no hope. It's like you are in bad governance and you do not know when it will ever come to an end. So one of the major achievements we give to ourselves is that we have an opportunity to go back after every 5 years to say, these characters, are they managing as well, or are they just a mess? And even if the previous ones were even bad, just assuming they were bad, and you put this one hoping it improves, it doesn't improve, it doesn't also kick them out. And we continue looking for better leadership. And where we are now is that there is no way you can salvage anything in KK. They are done, dusted, and Kenyans are done and dusted with them.
And I can tell you. And that's my pushback.
I want to say,
is it Kenya Kwanza or is it the crop of leaders? Whether they are in Azimio right now, or they were in Jubilee before, and now they are calling themselves Azimio, or they were in Jubilee before, and now they are calling themselves Kenya Kwanza. The people who've been elected into positions of leadership over the last 10 years, over the last 60 years, if it's still the drum mabatis that are, what you'll find in Nyeri, if it's still that kind, it just tells you it's the leaders that the people of Mount Kenya elect. Did they get a chance to discuss how they vet their leaders? Or would it be one of the conversations that then comes out of this?
And thank you again for that question. I want to agree with you that one, of course, if you want to compare how the previous regime was doing and how this one is doing, then perhaps the only way you can get an answer to that is having them on the ballot. Our constitution does not allow them. And asking the Kenyans, do you want the way it was being managed 10 years ago, or do you want the way it was managed in the last 2 years? And I can tell you, they would rather have the Jubilee regime back.
Go back to Egypt.
If that was not the case, they would not be crying for Uhuru, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
But that was one of the things that we surprised us in that meeting.
What has suddenly woken them up?
Because everything they have been warned against has come to pass, and it come to pass. And it was not. People are not being warned against this group of readers because of any personal hatred towards them. It is because of their. We knew them. They had no capacity
because of their track record.
Thank you. The track record of you must have a track record of the people you want to elect into power. And Kenyans, they were saying there, we will never elect this caliber of leaders again. That is easier said than done. And the responsibility we have ourselves as leaders is also to see how best can we help them understand what is expected of a leader. And as we engage in these discussions, you could tell, I tell you, unfortunately, or for individual, fortunately for us, the previous evening, there was a discussion at Citizen, and people can go on YouTube, they'll see it. And we had sent our own Data Muredi to go and have a discussion with the current chair of Finance Committee. And the question is, why are you increasing the price of bread? The young man from Joro, Kimani Kuria, answered and said, after a struggle, he said, you know, the problem with bread is that it causes diabetes. So we need to make it more expensive so that Kenyans cannot afford it. It's on YouTube. That is our chairman of finance in the Republic of Kenya and the Kenya Kwanza regime. And every Kenyan keeps saying, God, where did these people come from? These people you hear being called Kawajiko and the rest, they are just as a disaster. And that is why I don't want to use the word, but it sums it all. When you had Kikuyus, Meru and Embu say, Tugege Tuito, it summed it all. They actually said, what the hell? What did we do to ourselves? And what did William Ruto do? How did he assemble this kind of people into power? And I'll tell you one of the things we want to do, to try and see whether we can help this very sad situation. We put ourselves together as political parties with presence in Mount Kenya region, and there are about 35 of them. There is a number of them, maybe 5 of them, who are still saying we should not even have gone to Limuru. But what we want to do is we want to be, let's be in one room. We are not going to touch your party. But tukae hapa, tukubali kuna by-election Daragwa. Yeah, go and feud. All these people who wants to be feuded, give them opportunities to run using all different tickets. Let the best person win. But when you manage the product before you start even working on the product, because that's what Ruto did. Ruto started by kicking us out. Any person who was ahead in Mount Kenya back in 2017, and you can ask those who are doing the campaign of 2017, he deliberately targeted. I tell you, my having made it through 2017 was by
God's grace.
Yes, and let me tell you, Uhuru had to come to my constituency 3 times
to campaign.
And I'm telling, we are campaigning as a Jubilee candidate, but he's already funding himself and giving materials to fellows who are independent and in other parties. So I knew he was up against me. And I'm not saying that because of anything, but I want to demonstrate the fact that he deliberately made it difficult for anybody who has a blame of his own to make it to Bunge or to even to members of the county assembly under KK, so that he can manipulate them. And that is why this Limuru 3 was organized outside the elected leaders, because we want Kenyans to speak, because they have given up on the elected leaders. They are not speaking on their behalf.
Were you given, did any resolution come to engage with the elected leaders? Because
yes,
the truth is,
by the way, the very strong recommendation was that even as we try to sort out the difficulties that we have in the region, reach out to all of them.
And will you do that?
We will reach out to those who are willing to be reached out to. And,
you're speaking the same language, for example, with the deputy president. One man, one vote, one shilling.
Let me just carry on that. Before I come to the same language, I find it very difficult. But we will reach out, but again, you must be willing. Because I cannot come and have a cup of tea with you 2, 3, 4 times, talking about Limuru 3, and then I see you in a church place. In front of pale kwa ota, ukisema haujui, hujaabiwa na hujaitwa. You know, that level of dishonesty answers to the KK regime. And we do not, so we will not stop reaching out, but we will not stop organizing our people so that at the end of this process, we have leaders who can represent our issues properly in whichever forum. Senate, National Assembly, County Assembly, at the executive level, whatever it is, even in the opposition. Because even in opposition, you also need a brain. And that is something that we are going to do. And when I asked for those who had vied for various positions to start, I was amazed. there were very many. Those who want to fight, there were very many. And those are the people we want to give platform and let them know. Do you know, yesterday evening I was called by somebody who said, and a person who I will not suspect that kind of a question said, I did not know that the finance bill is made every year. So if you don't know that, then you actually, even picking a leader becomes a problem.
Yeah.
You talk of the same language. And I know you are talking about the one man, one vote thing.
Yes.
Why it was said in Embu by Okoh and Sicily Baliri, the governor, they were trying to preempt Limuru 3. And trying to, but they know what we have stood for. Those of us who are not in KK, what we have stood for is one man, one vote, one sharing. And I want to repeat here, one man is not one Kikuyu, one Embu, one Meru. It is one Kenyan. And when we say one man, one vote, one sharing, we are not taking anything from you, Latiff. Mzee, nothing from you. We are only saying you get your one sharing, I get my own one sharing. Every Kenyan must be treated the same. Whether you are in Somalia, whether you are in Mandera, whether you are in Kisumu, whether you are in Namanga, wherever it is, whether you are in Nyeri, wherever you are. Get your sharing, because the resources are supposed to go and improve the lives of people.
Okay.
So when they now say that, I tell you, you can tell, and they had already discussed this as Sagana.
So it's mischief.
Total mischief. But mischief that I believe would eventually has now dawned on them that if you do not talk about the one man, one vote, one sharing, everything has its own time.
Yeah.
And I thank God because I struggled alone. I had billboards across this country on my own account trying to tell them one man, one vote means something to you. Stop campaigning against it. UKK, Uda Ferras. Stop campaigning. Campaign for elective positions, but don't do away with that which is meant to help your people. And that's exactly what they seem to be wanting to do. Of course, we have to be very careful because I doubt their sincerity. But the good thing is that we now have groupings and we will have these meetings. I said we are going to other areas of this county, and it is the Haki Coalition. When you say Haki Coalition, you say one man, one vote, one shilling. One shilling.
We'll invite you again. Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General of Jubilee Party, one of the key organizers of the Limuru 3 conference.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra.
While the truck was heading in the opposite direction when they collided head-on, the medical superintendent for Makindo Hospital, Patrick Mutinda, said that the facility received 2 dead bodies and 22 patients who are seriously injured. The first small group of police officers deployed to Haiti left Kenya on Saturday night. Officials said the team, who insiders termed as Reke and Advanced Group, were expected to assemble in the USA ahead of a planned departure for their intended destination of Haiti. Witnesses and insiders said a team of about 10 had left and would be joined by more others in coming days. Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Singoe said Sunday that Kenya will deploy the police to Haiti in a few days.
We are in the process, or government is in the process of finalizing preparation to deploy. I can tell you for sure that deployment will happen in the next few days, few weeks. But there is no chance at all for President Ruto to go down to Port-au-Prince, as has been alleged.
And the 40-year-old man suspected to have defiled a girl aged 12 years in Adugo sub-location, Nyatike sub-county, has been arrested. Adugo sub-location Assistant Chief Samora Miguel said the suspect is currently detained at Karungu Police Station pending investigation and arraignment in court. He said the suspect, who inherited the victim's mother, defiled the girl when her mother was away. The official also said concern over rising cases of defilement in the region, saying that they are going to ensure that legal action is taken to anybody found guilty. A man who impersonated former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko on Facebook to defraud unsuspecting members of the public will today plead to charges afresh. John Kangere will appear before Milimani Senior Principal Magistrate Gilbert Shikwe. Kangere is accused of creating a Facebook account last year using the name Mike Mbuvi Sonko Rescue Loans without Sonko's authority. 2 weeks ago, he had sought to have a plea again with the prosecution. Kilifi County residents have applauded New Life Prayer Center church leader Ezekiel Odero for opening a petrol station in the area. Speaking at the launch of the station named New Life International Energies, the preacher of the church said that the establishment would boost Mavueni residents economically.
Tusipofanya hivi tukakaa tunahubiri peke yake, tutahubiria watu ambao wanakufa njaa, na wakikufa njaa tutakuwa sisi tumehusika kwenye makosa. Wakati ule unalisha mtu neno la Bwana, mtafutie njia ya kukula pia. Hiyo ndio madhumuni yetu, jambo la kwanza, hata kwa ajili ya uchumi wa taifa. Sidhani kama serikali inategemea serikali ndio itengeneze nafasi ya ajira. Kanisa pia inaweza kuhusika kwa kuinua uchumi wa taifa lake, ili wale washirika wasilale njaa na wasitegemee serikali.
Maximum Miracle Center Pastor Pius Mwiru on his part urged Kenyans to get rid of the notion that churches cannot start up businesses that can help communities.
Ningeomba watu wa Kenya waweze kubadilisha kasumba zao. Ukienda Nigeria, nimeenda Canaan Land, ile ya kanisa la Winners, wako na petrol station, wako mpaka na benki, wako na university, na wako na kanisa ambayo inabeba watu 52,000. Mambo kama hayo yakifanyika mataifa mengine, mbona tena imekuwa tunafurahia, lakini ikifanyika kwetu tunakuwa tuko na shida.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Still in that peak traffic season, Westlands coming towards town. It's busy as you get into that area. What do you call it? That's the expressway. And then you have the Lower Kabete Road. It's really, really busy from Gesha Junction coming all the way into towards Westlands. By the time you get into Westgate and you start branching off into Mwenzi Road, it's busy heading that way. Then, of course, the roads are getting busy as you enter into the CBD, and this is Museum Hill towards town, Uhuru Highway towards town. This is, what's this road called? Douglas Wakaihori Road towards the Bunyala Road roundabout is also looking quite busy. And then Landis Road is piling up, heading towards the Gikomba Market. Thika Superhighway has improved somewhat. It's now beginning from KCA University, but just fear not. You know the drill. Once you get to the interchange with Muthaiga at Pangani, from there on, Muranga Road is clear, Wangari Maathai Road is clear. Limuru Road has been busy, but it's also improving.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Shika Showmax at 7 minutes after 9. Showmax is reminding you that for as little as 500 shillings, you can Shika Showmax and then give yourself access to entertainment, well, that you can only talk about to people who are non-believers. Because when you Shika Showmax, 500 shillings, you get Showmax on your mobile device. You can get Showmax on your mobile phone, on your tablet, on your TV. And if you get the full package, like yesterday I was saying, you know, yesterday was the final day of the English Premier League. Yes. All matches were happening at the same time. So there are those who wanted to watch Liverpool saying goodbye to their manager, Jurgen Klopp. There are those who wanted to watch Man City playing against the team that we're playing with, West Ham United. There are those that wanted to see Arsenal playing Everton. There are those that wanted to see Man U doing the Man U thing. Okay? So several people had different screens. You know, this screen here, the TV itself has one, then the tablet one has another one, then the mobile phone has another one. And that's the beauty that you get when you subscribe to Showmax. Showmax.com, or you can download Showmax from the Showmax app from whichever store you have. That's Showmax, the app. It starts at 500, then you can just go graduating to whatever you want. City.
Yes, please.
Star 222 hash.
Well, yes, that is the Electronic Tax Invoice Management System.
Mm-hmm.
As you say, by KRA.
Yeah.
All right? Now, that is what, should we say, it is the key to opening a door to being compliant with the ETIMS. Yes. And when you're through with that process, star 222 hash, you will be in the same house as very many other opportunities. Choose KRA. As I say in Kiswahili, bonyeza. Once you do that, you will be introduced to another array of information, but specifically you'll be asked to fill in certain details. There's one particular detail that you may not particularly have, because when you talk of invoices, it means it's a detail you want to send to someone else. The person whom you wish to invoice has a PIN. Now that is the PIN that you'll need to enter. If you don't have it, get it. If you've got it, fill it in. Once you fill it in, enter, you have completed the process.
Yes.
As simple as that.
Yes.
And one could say that you are now compliant.
Bas.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Yes, it is.
All right. So the weatherman says that expect some more rains in Nairobi and some parts of the country for the next coming days. And then expect some sun in some parts of the country for the next coming days. So the parts that are going to experience rain are Nairobi and areas around Nairobi, and areas, you know, the way the weatherman says, east and south of the Rift Valley and west of the lowlands and skies.
Yes, and the southerly winds and what have you, yes.
Those things.
But essentially it will be raining in those
areas. It will be raining. Parts of the country where it will be raining, Nairobi included. What we've seen with that recent rains in Nairobi is that they've exposed a lot about our built environment. We have seen water getting into people's homes. We have seen buildings collapsing, a building collapsing, and then we're hearing the preliminary investigation and report indicating some structural issues that made an entire block of apartments start crumbling and coming down. We've been seeing these things happening around our city. The question is this, as we see more and more rain, more and more flooding, as we then maybe get to a place where it gets more and more heat, and then maybe at some point now Rift Valley is creating its own, around Maimahi and Nakuru, it's creating its own continent. There are serious fissures on the earth and splits. All these things mean something. So what do we need to do and think about how you're building all our buildings and our estates and basically our built environment? An architect has joined us for that conversation. Architect Emmanuel Gono is from the Architects Association. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
How does it feel?
It feels hot. Right.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Listen to CT. He will give you the day's proverb.
Yep.
This week he has a new set of proverbs from a West African country, and this country is
Liberia. Yes. It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing. Architect, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Very interesting. If I were to convert it into actual construction terms, then the standing person would be a tall building, a skyscraper, and the sitting person would be a bungalow or some low-lying building. And so it's better for that one to fall than the high building. Yeah.
But why do you think they'd say this? Why do you think, what are they actually saying? We had a conversation the last hour with Jeremiah Kioni, and he just couldn't come around to thinking, what's this proverb about? Because we know the other proverb, it's better to die standing than to die kneeling. So why are they inverting this?
I think that what they are trying to say is when you're standing, you're making yourself exposed, and you're trying to be that strong. And because of that, whatever is bringing you down will give you more problems than if you are sitting and lying low. We have this story about lying low like an envelope. So when you are the envelope, when the typhoon comes, you're not likely to be affected as much as the person who is standing.
Interesting.
That's my thought on it.
You know, one of the things we have found about this proverb is when you ask people to give you their take on it, you always come across an interpretation you could never have thought of.
And it's always interesting to have the various different perspectives.
Yes, it is.
It's the beauty of problems.
It is.
So, Architect Gono, the Architects Association, we know the Architectural Association of Kenya. Is this the opposition?
Well, actually, the Architects Alliance is an association that deals specifically with architects. The Architectural Association of Kenya is an umbrella organization that has architects, has quantity surveyors, has engineers, it has planners, it has all those things. So we are all part of the Architectural Association of Kenya, but the Architects Alliance specifically works in the space of architects, and especially trying to bring out the role of the architect and what role we can play in making society as a whole better and having our voice heard on issues that are relevant to the built environment. So that's what the Architects Alliance is about. It is not an opposition, it's actually part of the umbrella.
It's a composite part of this.
Oh, yes.
Who's an architect?
Well, an architect is a person who is able to understand the art and science around creating buildings and the built environment as a whole. So basically, the architect will be given a problem to solve. Somebody has a certain budget, he has a certain site, he wants to achieve a certain space. For instance, if you wanted to achieve a studio, the requirements are different from the person who wanted to do a discotheque, for instance. So the architect is able to get all this data, all this information, and come up with a solution that uniquely satisfies the requirements of that particular client. That is the role of an architect.
So what do? You draw the building?
You start from actually listening to the client and understanding what they want, what their desires are, and create what is called a design brief. So the design brief says what problem is to be solved. Once you have agreed on that, you then come to proposals of what can be done, and then produce it in forms that the client can understand. When you get from that step, then you reach to the trying to make that thing buildable. You bring in the structural engineers, the other team members, and at the same time, then you prepare the drawings which can be submitted to the local authority for approval and other statutory bodies. And then you go to site, help the client in getting an appropriate contractor, supervise the construction until it's completed. It's a whole suite of work.
When you're managing this space,
yes,
what other consideration must you have beyond what the client wants?
Well, of course, you have to consider the statutory environment. And then you have to look at the physical environment, like what we've been talking about, climate. Now we are thinking about climate resilience. So the client may not be aware that where they are building, there's a risk of floods happening many years down the line. So those are some of the things then the architect needs to think about and consider, and then build into his design.
So what knowledge do you need to have then? As you are interpreting the client's wishes.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the regulatory framework.
Correct.
Okay, so you need to know the law.
Yes.
Yeah, I have heard you talking about the structural frameworks. You need to know. Do you need to then also understand the nature of rock that is here, the nature of soil?
Very, very true. You need to have, as an architect, you need to have a very wide array of information and knowledge. You have to know a bit about structures. You need to know about the environment, what kind of substructure of soil you are building on, what kind of flora and fauna are in that environment. You have to have a wide range of knowledge. Of course, you have to know a bit about finances, because sometimes your client wants to get financing for his project. So it's a wide range of things that you need to know. So usually the architect is the lead consultant in this team, which has engineers, has quantity surveyors, has many other people.
Whenever one hears of an architect and one hears of what it is that they do, you then ask, so what would somebody who is in a rural setting and who has built a house, they never require your services, and yet they build houses that they live in. how would the services, the knowledge that an architect like yourself have, how would it improve on the dwellings in such places?
Thank you very much for that question. It's very interesting. Just 2 days ago, I was at a conference for the Certified Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and the Chief Justice was there. And she said that only 10% of people in Kenya get access to justice. They are able to go and take their matters to court so that they're heard. The rest of the 90% are floating somewhere out there. I think in our space, it's even less. There's smaller population who is able to access architectural services. But they also need those services. What in some jurisdictions is done, there's the various levels. So you see, like the architect who is registered usually has a university degree, has studied for about 6 years, and then after that internship for 2-3 years, and then done an exam and all that. That level may not be necessary for a bungalow in the rural areas. However, there are people who have done, say, a diploma in architecture who are also in this country. That would be the space in which they would occupy. It doesn't mean that if you have a bungalow in rural areas, I can't design it for you. I can, and I would be able to give advice, but it's a little bit of an overkill. So to answer your question, we need to have various levels of people who then become relevant to every person.
Are you suggesting that people who live in the rural areas don't want or don't need to live in the sort of houses that you built in urban areas, that they need a lesser qualified individual to design these houses for them because the habitation needs to be of a lesser quality? Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. Yes, indeed, it's the same way if you are to look at, for instance, medicine. You have somebody who can go to a clinical officer. A well-qualified clinical officer can give you the services to a certain level that even a doctor can give you. So that's what I mean. It is possible for somebody in the rural areas to do a house which will cost him $500,000 and use my services. But it's likely to be a bit more expensive and availability may not be as good, but it's still available. But if we have those who are slightly less qualified, they can be able to perform those tasks to almost the same level as an architect would do.
Given the training that you have, beyond just designing, you also understand quantities.
Correct.
You also understand materials.
Yes.
Now, aside from the designing, are you not probably the best placed people to understand, because you work within a built environment and you manage space? Would you then not be the person who would be best placed to advise on the sort of material that one could use in that setting, which would be cost effective, and we also would provide them with the sort of shelter that is not too far removed from the shelters that we have? I'm not leaving this thing in a moment, so.
Yes. Well, you're actually very right, because if you are, say, in a rural setting, I think what happens, I remember when I was in college, we read some book called Shelter in Africa by a lady called Susan Denya. And the thinking was then that in Africa, what you are thinking of is shelter. That is risky, because you're thinking of a shed. But where you're coming from is that somebody in that rural setting needs the same kind of quality that somebody in an urban setting would need.
Right. Exactly.
Even though the level of complexity of his project may not be as high, but he deserves to get the same quality. In that sense, I would agree with you that my services would be useful for such a person.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you can correct me, what I'm understanding by the example that you've given of a clinical officer going all the way to a doctor and into a specialist,
correct?
Right? If we talk about the specialist being a senior architect, I'm sure there are ranks in architecture, right?
Yes.
Practicing and consulting architects.
Correct.
And then, so the lower one would be somebody who has studied architecture, but with, say, a diploma.
Yes.
Like the Nairobi Institute of Technology, when you've had them here, they talked about one of the courses they offer
is a diploma,
in architecture.
Yes.
So that person is the one that you're saying they are still qualified enough, but their fee would then make it more affordable for somebody who does not have the money to afford you.
Yes. In addition to that, in an ideal situation, they should be more than architects.
Okay.
But that's not what is obtaining in Kenya, unfortunately.
Right.
In an ideal situation, you'll have a pyramid with the architects at the apex, and then you have all these other qualifications down there. So then that means you can have architectural services available for everybody at the level that is most comfortable for them in terms of where they are and what their budget points are.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the kind of speciality that
that is needed.
That is needed
Yes,
in
correct.
the particular one.
Yes.
Now, in the built environment, sir,
Yes.
as you're dealing, for example, with providing services in a city such as Nairobi, what do you look at in terms of regulation? Do you look at the plan that's in place, and then what factors go into when you're designing this? When you're looking, okay, so this is the master plan for the city. This is the level of service that you have in the city in terms of sewer connections, in terms of power, in terms of water, in terms of roads, access, roads and infrastructure. What are those things that you look at, and how do they impact on what you end up producing?
Yes, of course, the master plan for Nairobi is an interesting thing. As we speak, there is what is referred to as the new plan, which was done, and it was a generalized plan for Nairobi. But then after that, all the neighborhoods were supposed to have local plans. And in that plan is where now your particular project in a particular parcel of land would fit in. Unfortunately, that has not been done. So what's happened, part of that is what results in the kind of chaos, if you call it, that we sometimes see in various neighborhoods. In an ideal situation, we would have a plan and almost like a jigsaw. And in that, you will see how you will fit in. If you put your piece in, it will align with all the other things. It will align with the roads. It will align with the sewer systems. It will align with even stormwater drainage and all the systems. Unfortunately, for now, within Nairobi, we haven't thought deeply about this. And this is something as the Architects Alliance that pains us deeply. As part of trying to look at this challenge for Nairobi, we went all the way back to what happened in 1993. And that's when there was Mayor Steve Magic. I'm sure, City, you remember him.
Oh, I remember Mwangi.
Yes. And Mwangi got together, and it's surprising that such a thing happened during those times when devolution had not taken place, all these other things had not,
New
space.
constitution.
Yeah, the new constitution was not there. And this guy came and said, we want the Nairobi we want. How will it be? And they went asking people all around to contribute. And there was a conference that came up with proposals. So when we were trying to look for this document, City, I can tell you I was shocked. I tried to look for it in the local libraries. It's not there.
The archives?
The archives is not there. So I found that it is available in American universities. It's in various places. Now the latest is that somebody has promised to get it to fly it for me from Bonn. That's where it's available. Here it's not here. That's 30 years ago.
And this is for Nairobi?
This is for Nairobi.
It's in Germany?
It's in Germany.
And
it is not here. And this was us trying to see how our city should be. So, of course, after that, we threw it out the window, started doing our things the way we do. The term would be kienyeji. And we are here where we are. So what we are saying as the Architects Alliance, we don't want 30 years from today people to be saying Nairobi is this and that. And let's look at the past, let's look at the present, and let's see how all this can be fitted together so we create a master plan where everybody will fit in properly. If you look at the kind of problems we had with the flooding, these are things which could have been foreseen. We've had Nairobi was known as the green city in the sun. Those green neighborhoods are the ones that would absorb most of the water, so the water doesn't run off. You turn it into concrete, you turn it into asphalt, then all that water runs off and it goes and it finds its way. And if your house is on the way, it will sweep it aside. So these are the things we need to think about, Eric, as a country.
You know, you said that client first port of call is architect.
Correct.
Architect takes in all this. Yes. Architect brings in the expertise that they have.
Correct.
And then they draw the solution.
Yes.
And this is a solution that will be submitted to the authorities for approval.
That's right.
Which means that everything that we see in this city has gone through the hands of an architect, ideally. Right? Hypothetically. But then we can say a majority of the buildings that we see in the city have gone through an architect. And the architect ought to have considered all those things.
Yes.
All right? This Nairobi was a swamp.
Yes.
Nairobi has this kind of soil. Nairobi, as it's developing, it has now this kind of new challenges. As an architect who's then designing the solution for your client, how come we have these problems?
Thank you, Eric. Now, that problem is beyond an individual architect. It's beyond an individual client. That's why we have governments. And the government is supposed to have a helicopter view of the whole thing and say, look, if you build in this area, the impact on your neighbor is this, the impact downstream is the other. So yes, there's a role for all of us. And as the Architect Alliance, that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to see, we've seen that as an individual architect, as Emmanuel Gono architect, there's nothing I can do. I can do a perfect design for my client, but if the neighbor has done something which is going to impact on me, I'm still in problems. So we need to look at it collectively, not just as architects, but as a people, the people of Nairobi. We need to revisit the spirit of this city, take charge, take control, and be able to do work that will not become moribund within a short period of time.
Are you saying that the alliance that you belong to doesn't have a voice? That you don't have any influence?
Well, I'll tell you something, City, about architects. We tend to be a bit insular. Most of us are
how useful is that?
Most of us are introverted. You know, if you're dealing with creative stuff, most creatives are introverted.
We keep being told that.
Yeah, and unlike lawyers who are in your face, they'll be all over. Architects tend to remain in their little space, and that's what we are saying as the alliance, that this has to stop. We need to start coming out there. We need to share our ideas with the populace. We need to be more impactful in society. We have not been.
Yes, I thank you for admitting that, because you see, if we take the view that many of the structures we see here, the majority, let's say, have had an architect behind them, it means that the people in your association, those who preceded you, have always sat at the same tables as the high and mighty in this country. And those are the decision makers. And you're saying that at that level, one cannot lobby and influence someone to understand, because the knowledge you have, not everybody else has. In fact, most of us don't have it. That it can't. Forget the policies and the conferences, that at an individual level, you cannot get this across so that someone understands that, you know something, what you are allowing is, in the long run, not going to help anybody. In fact, it will cause us more harm than good, because you understand it and you know it, and you will be taken seriously. If someone takes you seriously enough to allow you to put up a 20-story building, surely are you saying they won't take you seriously enough when you explain to them that this building is good, yes, but what we ought to do
is factor in your neighbors will
yes,
come.
They've been listening to you all the time. What stops them from listening to you?
Thank you, City. Now, it's an interesting thing. When devolution came, for me, I felt that devolution was a stillbirth. Why? Because devolution is not about politics. You see, power should not be just in political hands. There is economic power, there is moral power, there is technical power. All those needs to be devolved to the right people. Unfortunately, in our country, power is concentrated in a few people, mostly the politicians, and they will not listen to anyone most of the time. It is difficult to get through to them. You have heard in the last couple of months, our top leaders, including the president, including the governor of Nairobi, talking about us having 50 floors, us having 20 floors or 30 floors or whatever, those height restrictions. They've said those as politicians, and people have received them. But you see, it's not about the height. It's about looking at the whole jigsaw of Nairobi. This 30-floor building, how does it fit in? How does it feed into the neighbors? How does it work? So that is the thing we should be doing. Unfortunately, when you say that most of buildings in Nairobi have been done by architects, it's unfortunately not true. A lot of the eastern part of Nairobi, architects hardly go there. I think they have found their ways of wriggling and managing the system so that they may not have an architect. I have had case personally where I got an email from an organization that was saying, oh, you are an architect in this project and so on, and they sent me details which had been sent there, including a CV.
Yours?
Yes, which was not mine. The CV was completely fake.
But had your name?
The school where it had my name, it had my number, but in the school where I went, it was wrong, all those things.
Wow.
So there's a lot of crazy things happening in this country. And yes, as architects, we have to play our roles. But we need to understand that this thing, this city and the country as a whole is for all of us as citizens. And therefore, we need to have our voices heard. So not only politicians should make these decisions, because they affect all of us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's take a break. Architect Emmanuel Gono is from the Architects Alliance, and he's here today because we're talking about, okay, we've seen the impact of the floods in Nairobi, in the major cities, in Mombasa, we've seen it, in Kisumu, we've seen it, in Nakuru, we've seen it. All right, thinking forward, what is it that we should be thinking about our built environment as we make our decisions? 26 minutes to 10. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly. Let me tell you about the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Do you have the passion, the interest to tell a story to the world in your own style? Well, we're ready to take you in and help you grow your talents in the media industry. The Standard Group, in partnership with Talanta Institute, is offering a media training and incubation program courtesy of Standard Talanta Academy, where we nurture and guide industry talents on an array of topics from writing, reporting, media law and ethics, investigative journalism and research to the Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Films and Classification Board legal frameworks. To apply to the Standard Talanta Academy for our upcoming May intake, visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468. The Standard Talanta Academy.
Some very nice, much fun music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM. The weather with Spice FM.
It's a sunny day in Nairobi today. Highs of 20 presently. Mombasa sunny at 29. Malindi sunny at 30. Kakamega sunny at 25. Eldoret sunny at 19. Nyeri sunny at 20. Nakuru same sunny at 20. And then you go to Kisumu sunny at 25. Kampala cloudy at 23. Kinshasa partly sunny at 24. Dar es Salaam partly sunny at 28, Addis Ababa sunny at 21, Mogadishu sunny at 31, Johannesburg cold but sunny at 16, Lagos sunny at 28. There's still a thunderstorms warning in Paris at 14 degrees this morning. London is sunny at 12, New York clear skies at 14, and Beijing is sunny at 26.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Traffic on Uhuru Highway getting into town as expected at this hour, that is from Museum Hill Interchange, coming all the way into University roundabout, into the Nyayo House roundabout. Ngong Road heading into towards town is also busy as you get towards those roundabouts, and also as you're coming down from the Junction Mall and coming towards the CBD. What's happening in Westlands? It's cleared up, but it's still a bit of a snarl up there as you enter into the expressway. Thika Road and Kiambu Road are clearing up as you come towards the interchange at Muthaiga, but it's moving. And then Landis Road is getting busier and busier around Gikomba Market, coming into the Kamukunji Center and then into Haile Selassie into town. It was busy earlier on the North Airport Road. It's cleared up. Now there's only slight traffic at the Matatu stops on Outer Ring Road.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
23 minutes to 10, we are looking at what then should we see going into the future to ensure that as we continue developing cities and towns and urban centers, we then are doing it the right way with a proper professional input and proper professional oversight into this. The Architects Alliance is a member of the Architectural Association of Kenya, and Architect Emmanuel Gono is our guest this morning. Architect, before we went into the break, we were just responding to what City had asked, as the Alliance, as the Architectural Association of Kenya, what kind of influence do you have? And you responded to this on the kind of political power that the politicians have and they wield. But then I want to piggyback on what City was asking in terms of influence. If you look at the major developments that are in this city, you will find that they are multi-million shilling and in some cases multi-billion shilling investments. The people who participate and who are doing this are people with influence. They have financial muscle. They can influence policy. The architects, because they must come to you, then you also have an influence on impacting them and telling them this is the challenge that you may encounter as I develop a solution for you. And we can work together towards addressing this challenge now and in the future. But this hasn't been happening. Or if it has been muted, it has been start-stop. What is it that the Architects Alliance is now doing to bring together the voice of architects, getting into the Architectural Association and bringing together everybody else who's involved in the built environment, like you said, the engineers, the quantity surveyors and everybody else, so that we address the current problem and we forestall any future problems?
Thank you, Eric. Yes, there's been a challenge with us trying to take our rightful space, and that's why the Architects Alliance has been formed, to make sure that the voice of the architect is heard and the technical support that the nation needs is availed. So we stop thinking more as architects who are available for individual clients and become a collective that is working for the good of all Nairobians. What tends to happen, of course, every architect is busy in his office and he has his briefs that he's working on. And probably we've not put in as much time in working together towards advocacy to change the environment. And that is one thing we are really focusing on now, moving forward. As far as resilience of the city is concerned, there's a lot of possibilities in places like China now. They're experimenting with something they're calling sponge cities, where you try to make sure that there's a lot of green space in your urban centers. You even have, if you have a surface, hard surface, it is absorbent, so that water does not go around everywhere and then cause damage. They had, around 1992, they had very serious floods, and from that they've responded and come up with methods of dealing with that. One of the problems we have when we are dependent on the political class, the politician would think about the next election. So they are 5-year thinking. What we need as a nation is to be thinking 50 years, 100 years. How will it be? And that becomes now more focused on community, on the entire society, on future generations, and not just on me and you. That is the direction that the Architects Alliance wants to take going forward. And we are really happy to be with you today so that we start playing this agenda, because when we are together on this, it becomes not just for built industry professionals, it becomes for everybody. The media, if we understand what it means, then all of us can work together.
The good book tells us that for one to receive salvation, they must first confess their sins and repent.
That's true.
Are you starting from that point?
Yes,
from
indeed.
Confessing.
Yes, indeed.
The failure of the architects, as professionals, in checking what we have, owning up to it, and saying that now going forward, we are going to live by the word.
Well, you put it very dramatically, but in real terms, what's happened is that architects have tended to be isolated. So we want to change that. And in a way, it's a confession that we haven't had the impact that we need to have. In a way, we have let our nation down by working in these small spaces. We need to be relevant to everybody in this country. For us to be relevant to everybody, it means that we have to work in a different way. So that is true. Indeed, it's a confession in that sense. that we have not worked together. We have not worked together with other people like media houses and the rest to bring out to everybody what the issues are. And therefore, then it's made it easy for policies that don't work to be passed. It's made it easy for the authorities, the local authorities, to do whatever they want without considering long-term effects.
Okay.
So that is where we are.
You know, I've got two questions.
Yes.
Architectural Association of Kenya.
Yes.
Are contractors members of that?
No, they are not.
Okay, why not?
Because there's a division. Indeed, the contractors have their own organization, which is just for contractors. This is just purely for professionals.
Yes,
the Architectural
but
Association.
The architects also have an association just for architects.
No, what's happening under the Architectural Association of Kenya, you have quantity surveyors. They have their own association. We have.
Yes, I agree completely.
But as the Architectural Association,
the reason why I'm asking you the question,
correct.
All of you, whatever it is that you studied,
yes,
we realize it when a structure like this is put up.
Correct, that's true.
That's where, that is your lived reality, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And it's not you who builds, it's the contractors who build.
Yes, true.
So why are they not members of the association? My second question.
Yes, correct.
I think you've heard my question. My second question is this. If you are an organization and as you're currently structured,
yes,
have you ever considered or have you in the past been engaged in influencing policy with regards to buildings, whether it is with zoning or what have you? Because if as you're quiet, you see, as you say you are, where the failure began was not with what we are seeing, but what was there and what was abrogated and what was changed, so that the monstrosities we now see have become our reality, because certain things that had been put in place were altered and changed. And the people who understood this thing better than all of us were you, the architects.
Correct. Okay, I'll start with the first question. You know, this country adopted the British model, and the British model separates very clearly construction from consultancy, like the professionals and the contractors are completely separate. So the contractors are not in the Architectural Association because of that. And our system,
there's a separation.
Yes, there's
What's
a
the
clear
importance
separation.
of that?
The importance is that the professionals check the contractors. They provide the design. They once that design is approved, they follow up and make sure the contractor follows. Yes, we have oversight.
Okay.
So the contractor follows exactly what has been. So the professional then takes professional responsibility for the design and for implementation, but then they are the responsibilities of the contractor. So that is why contractors are not part of the Architectural Association of Kenya. Now, in terms of influence on policy, Again, you know, I know Eric wants me to say mea culpa. And I'll say though that because we've not made enough effort in terms of influencing policy. And that's why we are really strong on that at this moment. We are looking at all these documents from the past, as I told you about the Nairobi we want. We are looking, you would be surprised, City, that in 1962, there was a document produced called the Kenya We Want. Have you ever heard that? 1962, before independence. Yes. So those documents, you can't get them. So you don't know, you know, because we come up with a document and there's no tracking, there's no following, whether it's been implemented, the document is prepared, gathers dust somewhere. We don't want that kind of scenario.
But you know something, you've just accused your association. Because the form in which it existed in 1962,
yes,
should they not have taken the position of being the guardians of such things?
Well, the AAK actually came into existence in 1967. However...
And before then?
Before then, I think they were just operating individually.
There was no association that
there was no
brought
association.
together architects.
No, there wasn't. There were very few.
You've just escaped the bullet.
Yes, but what it needs, you know, Eric, there have been all these failures in the past. And Winston Churchill said that the farther back you look, the farther forwards you'll see.
Yeah.
So the Architects Alliance is starting to look back all the way, and we see what hit us. How did we go astray? And part of the problem is that we've ceded too much power to politicians who think about 5 years. And that is an indictment of not only the architects, it's of everybody, including you, Eric, and City. We are all guilty because we've given these guys too much power. And when there's a vacuum, they feel it.
So you've decided that Eric and I are now honorary architects.
Yes. you have been, I'll get you a number.
But architect, so right now, now that you're looking forward, now that you're saying, all right, so we are learning where we made our mistakes.
Correct.
So we can correct and make sure we don't go forward.
Yes.
How are you engaging? There's several pieces of legislation. For example, there's a building code that's, been in Parliament. There's a conversation about the Nairobi new plan that has been there for Nairobi.
Yes.
Regulations for implementation of the new plan that are currently before the County Assembly.
Correct.
Is the Architects Alliance involved in this?
Yes, we are engaging with all the documentation that is there. We have a secretariat, we collect it, and we see. And where there is an issue that is of interest, we always send memoranda to these people and tell them, look, our position is this is how it should be done. And we want to ramp that up and try to, at some point now, be producing this as a document that is available to everybody in a language that everybody can understand.
Okay, let's start with the current,
yes.
All right?
Yes.
The governor of Nairobi has ordered an audit on the buildings, just to see the structural integrity of all the buildings that we have in this Nairobi, looking back into how the approvals were made, what are they following the approved plans and all. Is the Alliance involved in this? Or have you put yourselves into that room to say that we want to be involved in this audit?
Now, that audit, to me, is a very strange thing. Because you're talking about, let's say, a court of law has made judgments over a period. Then the court of law says that now we are auditing our judgments that we had over the last 5 years. Does that sound sensible to you?
Yes, it does.
How?
It does because when you have an appellant court, that's an audit court.
Yes, appellant. But this is actually the same court. They say the Supreme Court is saying now we are auditing all our judgments as a Supreme Court.
We can argue that it's a different government within the county or even a different government at the national level. So the point you're making is indeed a valid one.
Yes.
Insofar as if we were to look at decisions that were made in the time of this government, then your argument would be absolutely correct.
Yes.
But if decisions were made in governments prior to this one, then they would very well, because the argument that we would have, but surely the civil servants were involved in all this, the same people who are there. I would say yes, but you see, the leadership is different.
Correct.
So the leadership would now be providing the sort of questions and answers which are being sought for things that happened outside whatever the jurisdiction now. They'll be blamed for it, if you ask me.
Yes.
And now this is a way of saying, this one, in all honesty, this is what happened. Because if we're talking about whether they started beating us, you're going to go back to that time when Musalia Mudavadi was Minister for Local Authority. Okay? When many of these ordinances and we have on zoning simply just went all over the place and then nowhere. Okay?
Absolutely.
And sometimes it is necessary, as you say correctly, to go that far to understand.
But then, are you saying that the structure right now of the audit is what you have a problem with, or do you have a problem with the whole thing of auditing?
My thinking is that audit is diversionary. It is to help these guys run away from their responsibility now. What they are supposed to be doing is following setting up a system for Nairobi where we can have those local plans for these areas, make sure they are implemented to the letter of the law now. But they are not doing it now. So they are saying, no, by the way, back there were so many problems, so that's where we are focusing. So then it makes us focus on the past and forget the present. So yes, while it may be an important thing, but I don't think it's the most important thing for the...
What should we be doing now?
What we should be doing, first of all, is to prepare local area plans, following the new plan, and say, within this area, this is what can be done. So that whoever comes there as a developer, it's clear what you can do, what you cannot do. But you see now, like there's this thing called change of user, which has been abused everywhere. So you get a board saying, oh, there's proposed change of use from this to the other. Now, look, if you are investing, you are an investor, you've invested at some place, you think that if it's a development, it's something which will last 50, 100, even 200 years.
Yeah.
So you need to have an idea. In 20 years, how will this neighborhood be?
The neighborhood will look like this.
That is what we need to have. Because otherwise, how do you invest this thing, which will be there for 200 years? After 2 years, the whole place has changed. It is not what you had before.
You see now why it is that your association, apart from simply admitting their faults and their wrongs and asking for forgiveness, this is where now you have an opportunity to do what only you can do.
Correct.
Because what we're discussing here, the built environment, nobody understands it better than the architects. It's just a simple fact.
Very true, yes.
Your training and everything, other people don't have it.
Yes.
Now, if you, the experts in this field, are quiet, what are the rest of us supposed to do?
We will not move.
Yeah, you will not move.
So if you see that the approach that's being taken now by the administration is wrong, do you have a counter proposal?
Yes.
Have you taken it to the assembly?
We haven't yet, but you see, this is a recent development, so we don't want to rush. But we've looked at it, and we see what the intention is. But the boss, I'm telling you, in 1993, if we had looked at those and implemented, we would not be where we are. So you see, this short-term thinking and short-term work is what has put us in a bad place in Nairobi, and in fact the whole of Kenya. We need to think long-term. We need to think 50 years, 100 years. How will it be?
Right.
Then city can go and develop. If he wants an apartment, he will develop an apartment because he knows this area is for apartments. The sewer system will hold it. The roads are sufficient for it and everything. The other day there was a demonstration of people complaining about unplanned development. This is what they are saying, and they are right, because you need to have, for you to plan, this is a long-term investment. It's not something you go and build and then suddenly the whole neighborhood has changed and you are playing catch up.
But you know even beyond that, there's something very interesting in that what they call beacon to beacon building.
Yes,
where your neighbor might as well live in your house. You can wake up each morning and just stretch your arm and you'll be greeting your neighbor.
Your neighbor, yes.
Yes. Which means whatever happens in your neighbor's house, as I said, might as well happen in your house because you hear everything.
Yeah.
You know what they're cooking.
And this has happened under the watch of the politicians and the professionals.
Yes.
All right? Now the professionals are saying, okay, guys, this needs to stop.
Yes.
And I applaud you for that.
Yeah.
What I'm feeling and I'm not hearing is the plan then going forward.
Yes.
Because you are the people who can think ahead.
Yes.
That's your training.
Correct.
You planners think ahead. Engineers, structural engineers think ahead. But we are not hearing any concrete proposal on the table from the professionals saying this is how we shall engage. Because the issue of saying we need to, we hear that. When Kidero and his administration were getting the support from JICA to develop the new plan, we had, we need to think ahead for Nairobi. We need to look ahead for Nairobi. We had the same thing.
Yeah.
We've had the same conversations happening around everything else. We need to think about, this country looking forward. The population of Nairobi is going to be X number of people by X number of years. Everybody's thinking ahead. But what are they doing? So my question is, what exactly does the Architects Alliance have on the table in terms of a plan that says, this is number one, we'll enter at this point, we want to influence policy, and this is our proposal that changes the policy immediately. This is our approach. We are going to the county assembly, we are going to the National Assembly, we shall then present these proposals, and we shall follow up going forward. What are those concrete proposals?
Yes, we are still working on those proposals. We are trying to join the dots. There are many people also working in that space. Like we've been engaging with Frederick Albert Stiftang. They are working on what it will be like, what Nairobi will be in 2070, and that is interesting. Those kind of engagements we are having. But as far as coming up with a comprehensive policy, it will take a lot of resources, it will take a lot of time. Actually, that's what governments are there for. So we can propose that this is the way to go, and we will be willing to lend our expertise, and the government should listen. Now, at this stage, we are trying to just knock down the doors of the government and tell them, please listen to us. Listen, just listen. I think the current government, in my opinion, has a big deficit in listening to citizens. It has a big deficit. They come up with a proposal, and you take it or leave it. And you know, they are not the ones who are going to live with these things. It is us. So there's no harm. It doesn't show weakness if you listen. But sometimes it's because you are handicapped. So we are just at a point where we are trying to get the government.
You're trying to convince them on why they need to listen to us.
Yes, they need to listen to us. So far we have not succeeded in that, but we are working hard on it.
Okay.
If they can listen to all of us, not just architects, everyone, it will really help. There's the concept of a just city. That has been worked on for quite a while in this country, though the findings have not been disseminated. But the whole idea about the city should not be leaning towards one side, beneficial to some people, and then the rest are the underclass who don't feel anything, you know. And we need to look at the history of how Nairobi was developed. The first master plan for Nairobi, 1948, was by Thornton White, and it was for a racially divided city. And we have not moved from there.
We're still there.
We haven't.
We're dividing people on class and physical ability. And all.
And finances.
Architect, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Architect Emmanuel Gono is from the Architects Alliance. We've been talking about the built environment and what we need to see going forward. Thank you for tuning into the Situation Room today. Tomorrow, Finance Bill Tuesday. Have a lovely one. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.